ça? OK. It started? OK. Oui, bonjour. Donc, merci. Je vais commencer en français. Merci d'être venu pour la conférence. La conférence, en fait, c'est un atelier. C'est une journée d'études. So, welcome to the Cognition and Environmental Design. I'm sorry for my English already. I'm a bit tired. So, so thanks for coming, and thanks for you who watch us via webcast. La journée va se dérouler en anglais parce que ça va être plus facile comme ça pour nos intervenants. So the day will be happening in English. So again, apology for my English. So the day, I'm just going to give you some. It's a bit weird. I'm hearing me. Some technical details. So for the person who are here at the CCA, you can log in through the Wi-Fi. So the password is architecture, so in small. So if you want to tweet about the event, that would be cool, because we are trying to get, as it's a workshop, we are trying to get interaction. So j'aurais regardé là, hein, c'est ça? Okay. Okay. So yeah. So if you want to tweet questions, it's better than through the YouTube. You can do it if you are putting the hashtag COGSCI-DESIGN, so Cognition Design, or following through our thanks. Following through our Twitter, the Twitter account of Cognitive Science Institute, which is ISC UQAM, so UQAM. So I think I've covered all the technical detail. So I'm just going to introduce you to Pierre Poirier, who's helped me, who is the other organizer of the day. So Pierre is a research professor in the philosophy of cognitive science at the University du Québec à Montréal. His areas of interest are the philosophy of science, the philosophy of neuroscience, and the philosophy of mind. He has long been interested in inactive, embodied, and situated cognition, notably its philosophical and scientific roots, its modeling with mobile robotics, predictive neural networks, and network science, its impact on our everyday understanding of the mind and in its contemporary applications, especially in neurodiversity and gender studies. So he will teach a class this winter on the cognitive challenge of climate change at the Institut des Sciences Cognitives. So I just think I didn't said my name. So my name is Nathalie Bouchard. So I'm really happy that there's some interest in that field. In that field. So here's Pierre already, so he has better English than mine.
Thanks, Nathalie. Thanks for helping me organize this session. So I was asked by Nathalie to do a short presentation. So what I thought I would do is first explain the purpose of this workshop, and then give you my take on the relationship between Cognition and Environmental Design. First, welcome to, again, to and bienvenue to everyone. I wanted to start by thanking our partners, the Institut des Sciences Cognitives, the Center for Sensory Studies, and the CCA for hosting us today. What's the purpose of this workshop? The Cognitive Science Institute at the University of Quebec at Montreal is organized around 4 research poles: language and speech, perception and action, computational approaches, and learning, as well as 2 transversal themes, that is, themes that span the 4 research poles, so categorization and art and cognition. And Natalie and I were thinking that perhaps environmental studies generally, but the design of the environment, architecture and urbanism, could be one of either a new pole of research for the Institute, or a new transversal theme, which would, as I said, span the different teams, the different research poles, or something else altogether, which we have to think about. And we decided that the way, and we proposed at the Cognitive Sciences Scientific Committee, we proposed the way to think about these issues through a number of steps. First, a workshop, which is today, just to think generally about the relationship between the two and how the field is organized, how it is best to go about researching this domain. Then a course on the subject, which was supposed to be held next winter, but because there's a summer school next year at the Institute, it's probably going to be held next fall. So a class on the relationship between cognition and environmental design. And eventually a full-blown colloquium where we would invite, we do a call for paper and invite keynote speakers and all, and possibly a summer school. Summer schools are a big thing at the Institute of Cognitive Science, where we invite 50 or so researchers from the field, from around the world. About 150 to 200 students register again from around the world, and for 2 weeks we have our summer school. So probably, or perhaps there could be our summer school on the matter. So the purpose of the day today is to start thinking about this issue for us at the Institute. So this is how the day will proceed. I will not read every element there. It's just important to note that it's punctuated. So we have talks by Hugo Spears, which will be next, and then Andrea Jelic. And then we'll have a long discussion period to discuss amongst ourselves the relevant questions about the field. And then the same thing will be done this afternoon, first with a presentation by Alberto Perez Gomez, and another discussion, and then the conclusion. Discussion period are long. It's an hour and a half. If we can do that for an hour and a half, that's great. If not, you see that they're both at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions. So if they're not that long, we'll just go for lunch and end the day sooner. But our hope is that we'll have plenty to discuss. So the first part of my presentation this morning was to give you, as I said, the purpose of this workshop. The second one is my take on the relationship between cognition and environmental design. So the idea is to think about the relations between both. That is how we cognize the environment, but also how the environment, the design of the environment influences cognition. But until recently, there was a view in cognitive science where the brain was center, a view that was neurocentric, neuroreductive often. And in the epistemology of science, the view was also subject-centered, that is, the knowledge was viewed as something that the subject had, and that was mediated by some representations or theories or whatever, and then that was about the environment. And in that view, both in cognition and in cognitive science and in epistemology, the environment or the objects had basically to be something that's out there and they were not. I got a slide. Both the environment was not really different from any other kind of object. So it was not different from our cognition of the environment. It was difficult to think of it as differently than any other object. But recently, for the last maybe 20 years now, a different view of cognition has emerged in the work of Francisco Varela, mainly, both in epistemology and in cognitive science. We often refer to the work in cognitive science, but it was preceded by the work in epistemology with Umberto Maturana, where a different view of the relationship between cognition and environment, and then the design of the environment can emerge. This view is based on the idea of autopoiesis, where organisms create themselves, self-organize themselves, and self-maintain themselves through their relationship to the environment. And this allows for, as I said, a new understanding of the relation between the environment and the organism. This makes meaning, affect, and consciousness fundamental properties of life, basic fundamental properties of life at the very lowest level. Obviously, it's very basic meaning, very basic effect, and very basic consciousness at the lowest level. But the idea is that the human forms of these things are just variants on those fundamental properties of life. And it also makes life, in this view, like life itself makes the environment meaningful. So we have a view of the environment where a view of the environment where the environment takes a new signification, it's a new meaning. In this view, different theses can be taught, theses that could not be articulated before. For instance, and some of these theses may be wrong, some may be right, but this is the kind of thing that we can think about today that we were not able to think maybe like 30, 40 years ago during the heydays of cognitive science in the 60s and 70s. So cognition, and including their meaning, affect, and consciousness, and the environment are deeply intertwined in a way that they were not thought to be intertwined before. Cognition is constituted in part by the environment, perhaps, which is a stronger thesis, but something we can also perhaps accept. And as a consequence, building the environment is, in a sense, building cognition itself. That's why I think nowadays the environment has an importance in cognitive science that perhaps it did not have before. And I think, so we have nowadays papers by people like Axel Constant and Maxwell Ramstead, all following in the footsteps of Carl Friston, where we actually start thinking about niche construction, for instance, that is building the environment to suit cognition or to facilitate cognition. A new paper by Excel that is not, with Andy Clark and Friston and Michael Kirchhoff, it's not published yet, but it was accepted by Mind and Language, where we actually think about constructing cognition, predictive cognition, through the construction of the environment, which allows Clark to rethink his classic extended cognition, very controversial extended cognition thesis. So these are all the kinds of thing we can think about nowadays, given this new paradigm, and I hope we'll see what we can do with that. Just a shameless plug to end my presentation. Those of you who are interested by today's topic might also be interested in the summer school, this year's summer school at the Institut des Sciences Cognitives, the Cognitive Science Institute, which is on the cognitive challenge of climate change. I will be giving a class this winter with the Institute director, Albert Lejeune, on this matter. It'll be in French. The summer school will be in English. That's it. Thank you. So I would, thank you.
All right, I'm just going to introduce you to Hugo Spears, who's going to present his work. So Hugo Spears is a professor of cognitive neuroscience in the Department of Experimental Psychology at University College London. He is the director of the UCL Spatial Cognition Lab, which explores how our brain represents the world, how our brain represents the world, allow us to recall the past, navigate the present, and imagine the future. His research team combined brain imagining of humans navigating virtual environments, mass online assessment with apps, GPS tracking in wild, and the study of neural population dynamics in rats exploring mazes. Je vais peut-être juste introduire Hugo Spears en français. Donc, Hugo Spears est professeur de neurosciences cognitive au département de psychologie expérimentale à l'University College London et directeur du laboratoire de cognition spatiale de l'UCL. Lui et son équipe étudient l'influence que le rappel du passé, la navigation dans le présent et la conception de l'avenir ont sur la mécanique cérébrale qui engendre notre représentation de la réalité. Donc, voilà. Bonjour. Hi. Thank you for participating in our workshop. So here you go. That's yours.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Nice. Presentation to a room on the other side of the Atlantic and live stream, so hopefully this will go well. I'm really grateful to be given the chance to do this. It's a very interesting question about how we can think about questions in cognitive science and how they help us think about design. And it's a new area of research for me. I'm really interested in this topic, but it's something new to me. I've spent my career looking at how we can understand the brain in relation to the environment, particularly in terms of navigation and how we navigate. But not so much in terms of what this then means. And certainly I haven't touched on emotions so recently, but I think this is absolutely critical to the question that we're looking at today. So I'm going to begin this talk by diving into a very brief explanation of what we think is going on in terms of our brain for navigating space, how our brain represents space in the individual neural cells. And that will lay the foundation for then asking questions, what happens for humans in cities and in rooms, buildings. So the first slide here, then I've got a question of how does the brain represent places and directions? And I'm going to draw on a review by Steve Boulter and colleagues in 2008 in Current Biology, some very nice figures. And the figure you can see illustrated here is of a little white rat running around in a grassy field between some trees and a wall. And the idea is here that this is the sort of thing scientists try and study, not typically outdoors like this, but in laboratory settings where they can record individual cells in the brain and try and map those back to the space and understand what that mouse's brain is doing. And here we can see what is shown as the trajectory this rat has taken. It's taken a little path through the space. And so what scientists have done over many decades is to record individual brain cells and then look back and see how they relate to the environment. And the first one that was reported in the early 1970s were cells in the hippocampus. So here's an illustrated spinning brain, the skull. And in red is the hippocampus in humans. It looks very similar in rats, if you were to look inside a rat hippocampus and a human hippocampus. But what John O'Keefe discovered back in the early 70s was if you record individual cells, if you looked at this illustrative example, one individual cell in their hippocampus might get excited and burst activity. That is, its cell will send action potentials out and activate other cells in the brain when that animal is in a very particular part of the environment. So for the illustrated cell, it gets excited when the rat is between the wall and the bush on the left to the west of the environment. And it doesn't get excited anywhere else. And whenever it's in that space, that cell's active. It's part of a system telling that rat, that's where you are. And there are thousands of these cells active at any time, providing a population sort of signal of you are here. So if the rat goes into another environment with a river in it, that cell will get excited in a different part of the environment, different place. So cells get excited in many different places in an environment. And in any particular place, many cells will get excited. But they provide a sort of fundamental you are here signal to the rest of the brain to record where an animal is. And what John O'Keefe and Lynn Nadell argued was a cognitive map, allowing an animal to keep track of where it was in the environment. Since then, we've had a plethora of other sort of cells that have been recorded that we're going to think about today. Some cells get excited by boundaries in the environment. So the example cell here is getting excited whenever the animal is near the wall or by a log that's to the north of the animal. So those are called boundary cells, and they're in an area that sends information into the hippocampus. In that same area in the brain, there are cells that have patterns like this, which were so striking. So this is showing as the rat runs around that sort of little bit of terrain, it's not active over most of the place. It's not getting excited, but in a beautifully hexagonal pattern across the space, activity is bursting away. And this won the Nobel Prize when combined with the play cells in 2014. Absolutely remarkable discovery. And what scientists think these so-called grid cells do is provide a kind of latitude and longitude signal, like the graph sort of sheet of paper in your head for mapping your travel through spaces, sort of fundamental spatial metric for large-scale space, environmental space, the spaces we're interested in this workshop. There are also cells in this system that tell you what direction your head is facing in. It's this little illustration of a little rat when it's facing south. You get cells that are excited when the animal is facing in different directions. They're called head direction cells. And there are also speed cells that tell you when you're moving fast or slow. If you put all these things together, you get quite a sophisticated system in the brain of animals that can tell us where you are, which way you're facing, how fast you're going, all these different properties. And we think there's a lot of evidence these extend to humans, but they've been studied extensively in animals. What we're going to look at next is what might be happening when we're thinking or planning or imagining things that we're not currently in, places we're not currently existing in. And so in this example is a rat running down a track. It looks like it's running over a set of different colored objects, but actually they're just markers for where a set of 10 different place cells are. So rather than showing you one cell now, I'm showing you where 10 different cells will be active along this track. And what we can see in this graph is each of the cells has its amount of activity, and on the x-axis running across the bottom is the time. So this rat is taking 5 seconds to run down this track, and if you could imagine each one of these cells is tuned into a different pitch on a piano, by the sound you'd know exactly where that rat is based on what was active, what cell was getting excited there. And that's what we can see is what you would expect. So you get this sort of map of that linear track. The exciting thing scientists discovered a few decades ago was if you put the rat down, let him sleep, he will, in his sleep, actually reactivate those cells in the same order at which it was running down the track in its sleep. But if you look at the time scale on this reactivation, it's 200 milliseconds. So what that rat's brain is doing is recalling a map of space at high speed, retrieving that those activity patterns and playing out that pattern. We think this is very important for consolidating memories of spaces, but also for planning, because we can see not just when rats are sleeping like this, but when they encounter decisions in mazes or have to make choices or enter into new environments, these sort of reactivation patterns that kind of the rat rapidly reprocessing future spaces or past spaces. So far, this is all rats running in mazes and looking at cells in their brains. What I'm now going to move to is just to run over a recent publication we had in 2017 in Nature Communications, where we looked to see if this is happening in rats' brains, maybe as someone travels through a real city, as they pass through different parts of the space, we could see these sort of reactivations as they enter into new bits of the city. And in particular interested in how does the structure of that environment affect those reactivations. So if you enter into a street that's got lots of connections to it, many places you could go, it would seem logical you might have more activity in your hippocampus because you have more possibilities. But it might also matter whether that street is highly connected into the entire network of streets. So if you step into a very important street, would it drive more activity in the hippocampus? So rather than just saying important, we went mathematically to define that, and we picked a particular bit of London to do our experiment. We picked London's Soho region, which is a really dense set of streets. You can see in these two photographs, very short streets and lots of colourful buildings and landmarks. It's really an entertainment district in London. So what that allowed us to do was take a small area in Soho, here's a map on the left, with 21 different locations, bars, coffee shops, supermarkets, and various places where people had to learn. They didn't know Soho in advance. It took 24 students. They had to learn the layout of this area. And after they'd acquired it, walking around, being on a guided tour, we lay them inside a large brain imaging scanner, resonance imaging scanner. And we replayed inside the scanner high-definition film footage of journeys through the streets that they had to try and then navigate through. You can't drag the scanner around the streets, that would be fantastic, but we can simulate using really high-quality film and first-person view with Steadicam footage of those streets to try and get at the experience of traveling through. And we sort of simulated that experience of being the navigator in a car with your partner. Your partner's doing all the driving, but you keep telling them what to do. And so they were having to make decisions about how to get to different places on these routes. What we did then to address this question about how the environment affects their brain was to then map out the streets in London. So what you can see now is the majority of central London mapped out with colours for the streets. You can see the River Thames running through in a big black snaking line through the middle of this. And this is a measure of the closeness centrality of each of the street segments scattered through central London. In white, on the left side of the picture, the white zone is the region of Soho where we actually scanned, people learn and then scan their brains. We wanted to incorporate that into the larger network to understand how its relationship was related. So what you can see here is that the closeness centrality, this is a measure of how topologically close a given street is to the center of the network. And so a lot of the red streets are ones that are really central to all the other streets, that you can step from that street to many other streets quite quickly in the network. Whereas the blue streets, particularly if you go to South London, are very dark blue. They have very low closeness centrality, so they're quite far topologically. It takes many steps to get to the center of London in terms of streets. So that's one of the metrics we might think that quantifies the importance of a street. Another one is this measure betweenness centrality, which is how often you would go through a given street when you're going from any other street to any other street in the environment. And this sort of accentuates these key streets. You can see all the bridges running over the river have high betweenness centrality scores. They're quite important linking structures in the street network. And finally, we looked at the degree centrality, which just means for a given street, how many connections are there to it. So in this example, we can see there's a street in London, Seven Dials, which has 6 different streets coming off the central roundabout. So it has a high degree centrality, but there are lots of dead ends in London that have only one way out of the street, and they have a low degree centrality. So if we take this measure of degree centrality and we plot it into our streets, so we now can see an axiometric projection of the streets in Soho And shown in the line is a route snaking through Soho that people were scanned in their brains whilst they watched film from traveling through. We could take those metrics of the street network and show, for example, for that given route, how the degree centrality changes. So for this particular route, the degree centrality is dropping down. It's getting less connections in the streets as the person's traveling along the route. But at the end of the route, there's a sort of rise towards the end in the degree centrality. But that's just one of the 12 different routes we tested. So there's all these different fluctuations as someone travels through the street. And our hunch was that perhaps the hippocampus might be tracking these changes as you get more possibilities in terms of connections. You might see more brain activity along the lines that the hippocampus would be processing unbeknownst to the person. We don't know consciously, we not have access to this, but inside the brain it might be picking up on the street architecture and processing that. And that's indeed what we found, and that's why I'm telling you about it. When we look at the brain activity, so what you're seeing here is if we look to the right, in grey is a structural measure of the average human brain that we tested. And so that's the layout of the brain. And the orange dots are areas of statistical significance where there is increased activity in the brain area linked to the changes in degree centrality. And what we can see as a key area within those circle is the hippocampus in humans. Interestingly, and majorly picked up by media outlets at the time, we didn't find this when we gave people a sat-nav to find their way through these city streets. So they experienced everything the same, but we just said, don't worry about making decisions, we'll make them for you. And you just have to follow a sat-nav, press buttons to follow what it says to do. This pattern of activity is abolished. And in fact, if you look for brain areas that track the changes in the degree centrality, the number of connections that are specific to when you're navigating, only one brain area pops out of our analysis, and that is the hippocampus in humans, suggesting it really is tracking quite selectively the connections within the environment. We can also look in this dynamic study at what's happening as we travel through a route. We can see where this is happening. And what this picture is showing, you're above seeing this axiometric projection of the city streets in Soho as someone's traveling all the way sort of deep into Soho along a given route, just as an illustration. And what we found overall, this is just illustrating this route, but for all travel periods or all decision points, we don't see any relationship to the number of connections in the streets. It's only when people step into the new street and see a new view that we see this connection between what this key navigational brain area is doing and the connections in the streets. And that's shown here. This is this posterior hippocampus. This is the human eyeball here in this brain. Here's the hippocampus in the middle of the head. And it's this posterior part that seems to be excited by the degree centrality. But if we look across more broadly, we can actually see that the anterior hippocampus, so this is more towards the front of the head, its activity was more excited by the closeness centrality of the streets. It was also related to a number of other parameters, so we can't be so selectively sure that it is tracking closeness centrality, but it seems quite possible that it might be doing so. So you get this dissociation between the more posterior part of this structure and the anterior. And that's interesting. So the closeness centrality now, if we look across cities in the world, we can see that the activity is increasing in this area when people are entering into these streets with high closeness. So if we take three major city or regions of cities, we can see Lisbon on the left, Manhattan in the middle, and Warsaw on the right. You can now start to make predictions from our brain imaging data to say, this is the type of activity patterns you would see if you took the average person and they had to navigate through these streets in their anterior hippocampus. So this sort of highlights to me the kind of stepping stone to asking a neuroscience question about how does the structure of the environment affect brain activity, to what can we predict in terms of if we build a new structure, if we built a new city that was more like Manhattan, what would we see in terms of certain brain area patterns? So that's looking at place cells in the hippocampus and how that might drive dynamic brain activity. And just to go back to the first introduction here, I think this is important in the neuroscience now that we're starting to look at dynamics, not just at individual patterns of activity linked to experiences, but just how things are unfolding over time is really important in terms of cognition architecture and brain activity. But I'm now going to shift gear and go back to the grid cells. Here's the intro slide I had of the rat running around in the field and place cells, border cells. But the grid cells are really interesting So they give us this metric of space. They have a certain scale to them. So this particular grid scale looks like, based on the size of that tree, it's probably about 3 meters between each of the fields that we can see. It has a certain scale to it. And what scientists, Caswell Barry in particular, it's a study he did in 2007, found was if you took a rat and you recorded a grid, here's an individual grid cell, but it records many of these, you'll have a certain scaling of its grid fields. So this is a rat scurrying around. Blue areas showing where there's no activity of the cell, and the little yellow areas are where there's a lot of activity. So you see these islands of activity, and the rat's running around at random, just to remind people, looking for little pellets of food. What Caswell and others did was to train the rats in this square environment and then surprise the rat by putting it into the box again. But this time, in 3 other example cases, he's compressed one of the axes of the walls, either in the east-west direction or the north-south, or in both. So he's in one instance gone to a very small, big box to a small box. And what we can see is the grid cells rescale. They compress along the axes, or they shrink when you go into the small box. And what scientists have realized is this can actually make predictions then about if this grid scale is the way in which our brain represents the structure of space. And if we change the architecture or we alter environments in certain ways, we might be able to predict how humans might represent these environments based on how grid cells activate. So trying to create a line between our deep understanding of individual brain cells and behavior. Another thing Caswell found, in addition to changing the geometry, another piece of work was the sense of familiarity with the space. So in this experiment, here's one individual cell as an example again. Blue again is where the rat's running all around this box, and we're showing a plot of where it was active. This individual cell was active. Blue is where it's not active, and red is where it was active. And you can see a certain scale with this individual cell, and the rats run around in this very familiar box. Then Caswell puts the rat into a box that's very similar, mathematically identical size of the environment, but the walls are all different colors, the background landscape's different. It's clearly a new, different place. And now what we can see for this cell, and lots of others he records, is the scale of those cells stretches out, it expands. And so the idea is that grid cells might expand their scale in new places and shrink that down when they become more certain and more sure of their environment. So these kind of make predictions about the fact we might see in humans changes in how our sense of space is as a place becomes familiar, and how the environment and the geometry changes and how it might affect us. So one experiment I conducted a few years ago with Anna Jaffapur was to ask questions about how people felt about the sense of space around them in a new environment. So this is a grayscale map of London. There's King's Cross at the top, and there's a little black bar in the middle, and this is Goodenough College, where Anna was a resident. And she took a sort of 20 participants who just moved into this college. They all have to be there. They have to be international students. So she tested them 7 months after they'd arrived in London, and they hadn't been there before. So she was very carefully able to ask them to talk about their experiences in terms of their understanding of the space around them. And one thing she got them to do was draw sketch maps of the area around to see if they could draw accurately how distorted their maps might be, but also ask how quickly would you get to various places that you know in that area. So here, for example, on the right here are 2 sketch maps drawn by participants in here. They're quite hard to read, you can see, but what's possible to do with these maps is map them back onto the real space on the map shown on the right. And then you can look at whether these maps are accurately scaled, how they oriented, all sorts of questions like that. And the key thing we were interested in here was the scaling within the maps. And we also asked people how quickly they could get walking to a range of different places in the area to understand how they represented the space. So one key question we had was how the familiarity might matter. So we were able to identify in all these maps places which they went to frequently and places they visited not very frequently, to see whether how familiarity tied in. And so what I'm now showing are 4 graphs looking at this effect. So in the top right graph, we're looking at the distance you'd have to go from Goodenough College to the places they know with low familiarity or high familiarity, and there's no real difference in how far away they were in these maps. What we found was that people drew much larger in their maps the areas that were highly familiar to them. So it magnified the sense of space when it was familiar relative to not very frequently visited places, which would suggest that the scaling of the map, the space, expands when it becomes familiar, if you think about map drawing. But curiously, we found the reverse effect when we asked them about time. So they felt like the space, if you can imagine a set speed they're walking, if these areas are drawn magnified by being familiar, it should take longer to travel through them. But we found the reverse. People felt like places they knew that were familiar were quite quick to walk to, the estimated time of arrival being, they thought, about 10 minutes on average for the high places, but much longer for the lower places. And you can see people actually, relative to a Google estimate of walking speed, much more accurate about places they don't go very often, underestimate how quickly it will be to get to familiar places. And you might explain why people are often late to meetings and they underestimate how quickly they can get somewhere. So what this overall suggests is that familiarity expands our estimates of space, certainly measured in maps. It might contract our sense of time. But this really does seem to matter whether you're using drawings or estimates of time in your travel. Apologies for the background noise in the streets of London adding to this presentation. So another question we asked was, so this first one looks at familiarity and how that might be affected and relates back to those grid patterns changing. So we're seeing changes in estimates of time and space, and you certainly see that in the grids. Tying that together is harder to do and requires future work. But another thing we did was turn to virtual reality to make a very highly organized experiment that we could manipulate very carefully. So we built a virtual reality town, which was relatively detailed with shadows and trees and lots of detail to give people a sense of scale, like watermelons and things in it. And the idea was to ask about how traveling through an environment, if you experience one-way streets, does that distort your sense of space? If you can't directly access bits of space, will it alter your sense of space and time? So what you can see drawn out here, again, an axiometric projection of this virtual environment, that there are a whole host of buildings where on one side of the street heading out from your starting location, all the way down to the end of town is in a big, long, nice, easy to access line. But if you want to go left, you have to go downtown through a one-way system and then all the way back. So it takes a very long time to get to the house on the left of your starting location, but very quick to get to the one on your right, despite the same Euclidean distance. So the question we wanted to know after people had learned the environment was, how long will it take you to get back to various locations in the environment? We did all sorts of checks and balances on this. What we can do to illustrate the data is to redraw that map based on the estimates people tell us. So if they're exactly accurate, and they can tell you with absolute perfect precision how long it will take to get to each of these places, that map shown there should be exactly as it is. But if they underestimate how long it will take, that whole map will be compressed and stretched inwards. And so if it's really, if they overestimate, it will be much more stretched out. So here's what we found. We found time was compressed in this environment. They underestimated how long it would take to get to most of the buildings inside the space. And in fact, they really underestimated when you're going in a straight line. The furthest end of town was seen as much, much closer than it should have been in time than it actually was. And so time and space should be linked. If somewhere is quick to travel to, then it should be quite close. But if it takes a long time to get there, it should be much further away. So logically, we should see the same compression for space if we ask them how many meters it is. We actually get the reverse, like the previous study. People think that places at the end of town are much further away relative to local places than they really are. So we get this again, dissociation between how people think spaces in terms of distances relate in terms of time. So these studies are really designed to ask questions of a psychology question of how do we represent space and time in relation to the environment. We can flip this on its head and think, if you were to build a new center or some public building, knowing about how people think about these, how they have to go around bends in the environment or they have to go in a straight line. With this line of work, we could start to estimate and build models that will predict how will people actually feel about distances within the environment, as opposed to what's shown on the blueprint. And to my knowledge, this hasn't been done yet, but this work suggests a new way of thinking about how we might actually see environments as they really are. That's all in terms of city streets, but we've also been doing some very different work looking at what happens in room spaces. And I'm just going to briefly touch on this work by Fiona Zeech, who's an architect student working in my lab. They are Bartlett Architecture School. we built a movable room where we could put someone inside the room and move the walls and stretch and change this, just like the grid cell experiments that have been done by Caswell many years ago. So here's an example of the room with a stool in it, a grey floor, and people had to, in this experiment, go in, pick up the grey stool, go out and come back in and pop it back where they found it. So replace this object where you found it. And if their memory works like grid cells, that we should be able to predict based on grid cell patterns where, if you change the shape of this box, where that stool should be replaced. Here's somebody replacing the box, wearing a special little hat that we can track their head in 3D and do all sorts of fancy stuff because we're in a big engineering facility to do this. So we didn't just do that in the real world, as shown on the right. We also did that in a immersive first-person view, immersive virtual with a Vive headset and a laser scan version of the environment, and also on a desktop computer to understand how the level of immersion affects this pattern. But I'm not really going to focus on that today. I'm just going to highlight that we were able to change from small to large and from large to tall by compressing or expanding the environment. And we can see how people respond where they think the stool is. And we can also model where, based on a range of different, these are a set of, I think, 7 different models of how we might independently expect to see where the stool. So one model is suggesting that you should put the stool back in the south of the environment, one suggesting in the north, and there are subtle variations. And our evidence so far from the data is that people use the room geometry, the ratio of the walls or the angle to the corner, very precisely to estimate where they should put the stool back, not the grid cell patterns we see from rats. So we're doing more work to understand that. And of course, this is a ridiculously simple environment. It's like a white cube, like you get perhaps in an art gallery. But this idea is just a step one in that we can start to explore how you might transform rooms or spaces, or if you knock through an environment or partitioned it, how would that affect people's sense of the space? And we should be able to predict and map that and understand that in much more detail using this sort of approach. So I'm going to change tack now and ask a very different question. So far I've been looking at how the structure of the environment, the geometry or familiarity or geometry of the walls might affect our memory for space and time. But how is our actual navigation ability affected by the environment we grow up in? So here I'm interested in if someone grew up in a city, for example, a very regular set of streets, or does someone grow up in a rural environment where they have to travel larger distances and landmarks might be more diffuse, might have an impact on someone's skill. It's sort of an open question for me whether it would be beneficial to be in a city, because there's a lot of decisions you need to make in cities in quick succession, and they can be hard. Or a rural environment might be hard because you have to keep track over longer distances of where you're going. So this is a difficult question to ask in the lab. You need a lot of people to really look for something subtle like this. But in the research we were doing, we were very fortunate to be able to run this large-scale study called Sea Hero Quest with an app built called Sea Hero Quest for the App Store and Google Play. So this was an app built by the games company Glitches for us, funded by Deutsche Telekom or T-Mobile, who wanted to help us do this research to try and in the future develop a diagnostic for Alzheimer's dementia. In Alzheimer's dementia, one of the earliest things to be affected is the sense of space and orientation. And the idea was that this app we could make might help build that future diagnostic tool. What you're seeing in these images here is a little picture of a boat on a sea looking out into a view. And in the game, you tap left or right of the boat to steer a little boat around the environments. And I'll show you a little movie of how that app looks now. But the idea was it was put on the App Store. 3.8 million people downloaded the app and sent us their data that we've been able to analyze and look at and answer these questions. Because one of the questions we ask people is, did you grow up in a city or a rural setting or some mix? So last year we published a paper looking at worldwide effects on nationality and gender and age. And here's a video from that paper, which just illustrates how the task looks. So first of all, you see what it's like to perform the video game. This is something you'd see on your mobile phone or on a tablet. You see a map, you've got to get to different checkpoints, and off the person searching for checkpoint 1. You can see they can swipe to go faster, and they're just tapping left and right. There's all sorts of landmarks. This is an Arctic zone. And all the time they're traveling around, we're tracking the XY coordinates from their phone in terms of this game. to know where they are and also the orientation this boat is facing in. So if somebody's very good at navigating, they'll take a really efficient, optimal path, take a very short distance. But if they're very bad, they'll take a very long distance to get there. And so they get lots of positive feedback when they do well, because it's a video game. So now I'm going to plot 1,000 older people and 1,000 younger people, which is a tiny fraction of the 3.8 million people. And what you'll see them plotted as little individual little X's on this map, this mass sort of swarming virus spreading through this maze. Now these are each individuals, they're not alongside each other in the game, they're individually doing this, but we're overlaying them all into one big map. And what you can see is the mass of people taking a pretty accurate route, and certainly that there are more red younger players doing well at the beginning. At this point, there's an older person leading the way, but a younger person slips by at the last minute and gets to the goal. But we can see this really big impact of age just by eyeballing this this pattern. We can see all sorts of dynamics in how people are moving around and interacting with the environment. It's a hugely rich data source. But for the purposes of today, we're just mapping out what's the distance they're taking, how accurate are they, and giving each person a wayfinding score, how accurate their performance is. So low performance is taking the shortest possible route, and somebody with a very bad score is taking a very long route. And so what we're now going to ask is there a difference between people who said they grew up in a rural or a city environment? And what I'm plotting out here now is their performance, where high on this graph is good, and low is bad on this particular graph. So the performance at the top is good. And this is showing an interaction between 3 different variables. So it's a bit complicated. So the y-axis is how well people are performing. The x-axis is age. So we can see there's a really strong linear decline in spatial navigation ability with age. We can also see between the filled circles and the open circles, there's a big effect of gender, where men tend to have an advantage in this game. And this varies significantly around the world, as we showed in our previous paper last year. That is very small in Sweden, for example, and very large in, for examples like in other countries around the world where there might be greater gender disparity. But what's of interest today is the gap between the grey line and the green line, where what we're finding is a disadvantage of cities. So people who grew up and reported they're growing up in cities are doing worse at navigating, and there's no interaction with age or gender really. You get a similar effect in men and women, and it declines in the same way across the lifespan. So there's something about cities that is not good on average for navigation. But that's the average across all the countries in the world we can look at. But if we now take apart 38 different countries we can look at in more detail, we can see that on average there is and the axis of this is the environment slope from the model, the statistical model looking at it. So a positive score is here is bad in cities. And you can see the average is that there's a negative effect. But there are many countries where there's not really an effect of rural versus city at all. And the biggest effect is in the United States and Argentina. So we wonder why. Why might these countries, like the United States, have a negative effect on navigation if the people grew up in cities? And one thing that really struck us was some work by Jeff Boeing. He published a paper this year in Applied Network Science looking at street network entropy. So what Jeff did was to take open street data from all the different big cities in the world and look at how wiggly the streets are by mathematically quantifying the amount of overlap in different directions through the city streets. So what I'm showing are all these different seats. It's quite hard to read this, I'm sure, from your screens, but there are places like Barcelona, I think, down in the corner here, and various other places. But what I've shown up on the right for more clarity, at the top is Prague, which you can see is quite wiggly, and Chicago, which is very non-wiggly, is very straight and orthogonally organized. And so you can see this polar plot of how most of the streets in Chicago really lie on 2 axes, whereas they're much more diffuse in Prague. So what we were able to do as a team, or I say we, but Antoine Coutreau, who's a researcher in Nantes in France, was able to do. He was able to take OpenStreetMap data from around the world and work out what the overall quantification of this network entropy was, how wiggly the lines are of the streets for the top cities in every different country where we had sufficient data. So what we can then do is then plot the street network entropy overall for a given country. So the USA comes out at you can see lots of the cities there are very similar, to Chicago. It's very low entropy, whereas, say, Romania has a really high network entropy in its streets. So we can plot that on a y-axis against the effect of environment, the negative impact of the city, and this is what we get. I'm just showing again these two cities and their streets, and you can see on this y-axis the street network entropy. The higher it is, the more wiggly those streets are, and on the x-axis of this graph, we've got the slope of the environment in terms of the effect of cities on navigation. So as shown before, United States has the biggest effect. And what we can see is generally a negative correlation between the impact of the, what we can see is a relationship between the lower the street network entropy in the streets, the stronger the negative impact of the environment on wayfinding skill. That's what this graph is highlighting. So it does seem that one of the main reasons why people might be more adversely affected by cities in the United States is that they have very regularized, gritty environments. So that's one interesting finding about how the environment we might design as designers, a cityscape that we create in the real world, has an impact on children growing up and learning and then navigating other environments. It's impacted, this data suggests. We can also ask, more quantify that and see, is there really an effect? We should be able to see that in the game itself, in our video game. So we've quantified these streets like Chicago and Prague, for example, here, but we can also do the same for levels in our game. So here's level 42 at the top. It's got quite a regular layout to its cities, to its streets or waterways, or canals in our experiment, quite organized. Whereas level 68 is much more wiggly, much more disorganized in terms of the orientations that you travel through in that. And if our data makes sense, it would be that the prediction from the data would be that people who grew up in really gritty cities perhaps might be better at navigating level 42 than 68, and perhaps vice versa. If you grew up in more rural environments, you might be better at navigating more wiggly environments. And so now I'm going to show a plot where I plot the level entropy, all the different levels in the game, against the impact of cities on wayfinding ability. So to explain this graph, you're seeing a lot of dots and you're seeing two different graphs, because I've separated on the left all those countries that are non-gritty, that really don't have gritty streets, and those that do. So the USA, for example, is one of the major contributors to the graph on the right. And what these dots are is the performance in each level. So how much the impact of growing up in a city has on navigation ability in that level. And what we can read out of this is that, again, there's this negative relationship. So the more the environment is wiggly and windy, like the one shown here in 68, the worse people who grew up in cities will be, generally, for all countries, both these data sets. But here's the thing I find particularly interesting, that if you look in the gritty countries who have these more regular, like Chicago-like streets, they actually, the effect flips. So they're actually doing better than, there's a positive effect of growing up in a city, those people who say they grew up in a city, on these more regular levels that doesn't exist in our mainly European countries, for example. So what this then says is that on average, growing up in a city is good for your navigation skill, but when you're navigating the environment, if you were from gritty cities.
Okay, I don't know if Hugo Spears is us.
Thinking of
okay, hello. We have some technical
Can you hear me
problem
okay?
right now.
So,
okay, that's good now. Right.
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
You can.
It's a bit scrunchy. Okay, I think you can continue.
I'm back. Okay.
Yes, right. Okay.
Right. Okay. So you can hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Okay, I will continue. So a nice point for a pause. I'm interested in how the emotions might play out in the space. I'm particularly interested in understanding, just having a dynamic sense of what people experience when they travel through a city or a building space. Of course, it matters massively what task you're doing, but can we start to think about making predictions and mapping these things? So part of the interest came from a study I did many years ago with Alan McGuire in London, looking at London taxi driver, highly detailed simulation of London. To drive, taking customers to various places across London, old way, we could repeat the same scenarios and situations in our driving simulation. But after they'd done that, we made them watch a video replay of what had happened to the driving experience. Asked them about their phenomenology of what the experience was like for them, recounting the subjective conscious experience, what they remembered experiencing. So we don't know if this is, that they'll recollect what they think they were feeling or think maybe 30 years ago. And we don't know, of course, if that's really at all what they were feeling. My interest is understanding those patterns between people, are they addicted to those patterns? Can we learn something about the environment? And in taxi drivers, in this particular case, delivering customers around the city may results in three categories of emotions. They're sometimes happy, anxious, and they're sometimes angry, mostly angry and anxious. And in fact, you can see this really exponential variation in how emotional different taxi drivers were. One of them spending a good third of his time driving feeling anxious or angry, whereas there's a sort of down here taxi driver who's like Mr. Spock in Star Trek, where he really shows almost no emotion whatsoever, despite quite a stressful experience. So there's a lot of variation. We could start to understand that, but we weren't unable back then to map those emotions back into the city streets and understand them, or make more detailed assessments of them. So Laura Griffin is a PhD in my life, beginning this journey for years of a PhD to understand how we might map emotions and use methods like this, sophistication and care, but also how might we I just want to run through the very preliminary data from a very basic pilot study where she conducted to look at this. So we had people do a task we published earlier this year where they had to find their way to various shops in Covent Garden. We also ran this in Montmartre in Paris with collaboration. And this was, so people are given a map and they have to go off and find various places in the area. Here's a map with the sort of goals they had to find. And this is used to show that Sea Hero Quest, that video game, does very, very nicely predict wayfinding ability in the real world. But what Lara did was to have people do this task for several, like 10 minutes, and then watch a video replay and describe how they felt at different moments in this task. And of course, much of the time they might not be feeling very much, but there are certain key moments where they're able to report with great clarity some particular change in their mood or their feelings. So Lara was able to map out what primary emotions and extra categories one might see from the qualitative data you get from these sorts of descriptions. And what we're showing on the left here is the streets of Covent Garden for two individuals who went on these routes in this task. And they both start in the top of the map and traveled along this winding routes trying to find their way to different places that they've memorized. You can see the person at the top never finds their way to the last destination, so they fail to complete the task. But they share a lot of overlap in descriptions of what they felt, which can be mapped back into the street. So at a very coarse level, we can start to look and see that both of them in a particular main street in the environment both felt doubtful, described thinking feelings that relate to doubt and self-doubt at these moments when they found that there were a lot of construction works in the environment. We can see that they got confident when they re-entered space they knew well, that they had been before. Also approaching areas, not the immediate goal, but they started to know when they were about to reach the goal, they started to feel happy and satisfied that they were successful. They, on the converse side, felt defeated if they had to go back through space they'd previously been through to find the target, and felt confused in other bits of the space when they had to travel back through those to find their way. Now, all of these seem extremely self-evident and obvious, that when might someone feel confused, defeated, or positive? One might think that's quite obvious. But you can see the diversity in these two maps, that they're not telling you exactly the same thing. And the real interest we have here is thinking, to what extent could you have taken the background from these two people if you knew more about their emotional exposure, how they express themselves, would they have expressed themselves in this particular task, and the commonalities to this. And this is done through city streets here, but Lara and I are very interested in really looking at design buildings, so understanding spaces where they've been designed, and that designers might have set out with a particular intention in mind to have certain feelings elicited in the visitors, but whether that actually occurs is something we could test. Most crucially, we should be able to look at this through modeling and write quite detail, make predictions about how people may expect people to feel, and add that to these cognitive and brain levels of dynamics. But this is really baby steps. We are just beginning a journey into this, and it's going to be rather difficult for sure, but we'll keep persisting in this approach for the next several years. So conclusions from the talk today are that the topology, the structure of the networks of streets, is processed by the brain, particularly the hippocampus, at specific moments in navigation. The geometry and familiarity with the space can change our representations of space and time in predictable ways. And growing up in cities tends to have a negative impact, we found, on how people navigate. But a rural upbringing can enhance performance environments, particularly with irregular winding paths. And it's possible if you grew up in a city in certain countries that it will in fact enhance your performance in environments with highly regular streets. And finally, our plan for future work is that we may be able to predict the emotional unfolding as a person experiences a particular space in relation to both that space, the task they're doing, and the cognition that they're experiencing around that. So thank you very much for listening and putting up with the background noise here in London. And I thank all the people who did a lot of the hard work and the funders who've supported this. I hope I'm able to take a few questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for your work. In fact, it's very interesting. I can see a lot of angle that your work we can work as a designer with the question you are working on. So thank you. Yes, we have a bit late. So is there someone who has questions in the room? Do you have questions for? Oh, there's one there. Let me get the. So maybe just tell who you are.
Who I am.
Okay.
Okay. I'm a student. I found your conference fascinating. I have a question towards the last point you mentioned about how emotions changed in relation to environment, and it seemed that it was highly goal-oriented. So how might a designer be able to optimize for this based on the fact that people's goals change irrelevant of potentially the environment itself?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking that and your interest in it. You're absolutely right. I slipped in there that we need to understand the task. And we really just started out by using a task we knew and mapped and understood very well, which is the experience of going shopping and trying to find different shops with a time limit, which is a very specific experience and is set to give you particular emotions. You're absolutely right that if you're a visitor to a museum, you might be there for different purposes, for example, and we're absolutely going to need to think about how that comes into play. It looks like if you wanted to look at all the different permutations, we'll need hundreds of years to run all the experiments to look at it. But the idea would be over all these different experiments to really pin down the role of the architecture and the structure might have over the different tasks, but they're always going to interact. It's a great question. We definitely need to think about what are the tasks we're looking at. And Lara's really having a hard time making sure that we look at the most interesting scenarios to play, but we will certainly try variations. So thank you for that great question. That's a really good question.
Okay, we have a question on from the webcast. Let me just. There's a rugby league saint who's asking, wonder if urban entropy vs navigation ability is affected by mode of transport. So in fact, it was my question. In US, car use with high GPS use is extremely high vs other countries. Does this change in low car use cities?
That's a great question. So
Yes.
I was literally talking to someone, a funder today, about how we might run future data collection to look at questions like that, because with the current data set, we can't fully address that. In our first paper we published last year in Current Biology, we noted that the countries with the best navigators tend to have high car use. So it seemed like that would explain car ownership would be related to navigation skill, which was a bit surprising. There's an overall relationship to GDP though, but a lot of the Scandinavian countries don't have such wide they use a lot of public transport, so buck the trend. But we found they do a lot of orienteering training when children are at school. So there's all sorts of dynamics when you look across different populations and cultures to consider. But we really would like to look in very great care at how GPS use in different countries and different environments interplay in terms of how that affects skill. And indeed, it very likely feeds into the current data we're looking at. We just need to do more follow-up work to really pin it down. It's a great question for city-level navigation.
Yes, yes. And I think David House has a question for you.
Yes, thank you for a fascinating presentation, opening many different areas of investigation. And my question relates to the previous one, and it has to do with, whether GPS devices, insofar as we are offloading our brains onto them, is extensive use of such devices going to augment or diminish the capacity to make the kind of estimates about space and about time that you were finding? I mean, there's two ways in which it might be honing our skills that way, or it might be sort of weakening them and in that regard diminishing them. And this would be difficult to map, but it goes along with the previous question about how such extensions of the senses, extensions of the mind, might be impacting such behaviors.
That's really great. So I'm actually currently working on a project linked to this question, and I think it's a really core question of our time. So I'm how these, and I quite like your point. There's an assumption in many cases of it just having a negative impact using GPS. A lot of the papers I've come across seem to point that using digital maps, following blue dots in Google Maps, is having a negative impact on us in all sorts of ways, but particularly our skill of navigating our sense of space. So yeah, I'm quite interested in doing research to rethink how, like you said, might we augment our experience to improve our relationship to the environment? Because at the moment it does look like a lot of the evidence that it does have a negative impact. There's not a lot of benefit of using GPS following that, other than just saving you the stress of not having to think, which is pretty big. That's why so many people use GPS and digital maps to find their way. But I think there's a lot more we can do. There's a lot more with new tools and new advances we're going to see that we might need to rethink how we might enhance people's experience. In our large-scale data, we just don't currently have that question, but we do literally hope to get it within the next year, have a lot of data on GPS use, sat-nav use and so on in relation to this detailed performance metrics we're able to dig out of our video game. So yeah, thank you for asking that question. And then how it relates to building design and design of cities is yet another interesting question. I think there will be an interesting move there, but that's beyond speculation. It's a very interesting question though. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. We are running really late, so we thank you again for your participation in this, and have a nice weekend. No.
Thank you.
So,
I'll try and listen along.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thanks. All right, so I will introduce now our next participant, Andrea Jellick, who's from the University of Aalborg in Denmark. So if you want to take a seat. So Andrea she's an architect and postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Architecture, Design and Media Technology at Aalborg University. in Denmark. Her research focuses on exploring the nature of architectural experience from the integrated perspectives of architecture, embodied cognitive science, and phenomenology. She has published articles in this emerging interdisciplinary field in architectural and scientific journals, and guest lecture at international conferences and workshops in USA and Europe. Dr. Jelic is advisory council member of ANFA and faculty member in the master program Neuroscience Applied to Architecture Design at the IUAV University of Venice. Donc, juste une petite introduction rapidement en français. Andrea Jelic est architecte et chercheuse postdoctorale au département d'architecture, de design et de technologie des médias de l'Université d'Aalborg au Danemark. Ses recherches portent sur l'exploration de la nature, de l'expérience architecturale à partir des perspectives intégrées de l'architecture, des sciences cognitives incarnées et de la phénoménologie. Donc voilà, it's yours. You have the control there. Here you go.
Great. So, hello everybody, and thank you for being here today, and whoever is watching. And of course, special thanks goes to Natalie and Pierre for organizing this nice workshop. And I'm really happy to be here and to contribute to this dialogue between architecture and cognitive science by sharing some of the ideas from my broader work on developing the enactive approach to understanding and conceptualizing architectural experience. Now, to introduce to the topic of the talk, I would like to ask you to join me in a small imagination exercise. Namely, I would like you to think back to the moment earlier this morning when you have first entered this room. So, could you perhaps recall what did you notice? Was it perhaps the color of the walls, or the amount of light, the materials in the room, or the quality of sound? Can you perhaps recall how did you feel, or importantly also, how do you feel right now? So, one could argue that it is precisely the essence of the architect's job to design these kinds of experiences and to imagine how a future user might feel in a space while inhabiting a space. And of course, architects are very skilled at doing precisely this and designing these kinds of experiences. However, what we do not really know yet is what exactly happens in our brains and bodies as we step into a room or as we dwell in a space over time. So how do all these different spatial features like spatial organization, form, color, materiality, light, how they all affect us on neurophysiological and psychological levels? So for example, how does an architectural and urban space affect our nervous system, our hormones, our emotions and moods, our self-experience and identity, and in extension, our overall physical and mental health? And to begin answering these questions, architects recently turned to cognitive science, as also this workshop today attests. And in particular, very often they have turned to the domain of embodied cognition because it is a field which highlights this intrinsic relationship between the brain, body, and the environment as essential for cognition. And here my specific interest and intention is to address this idea of the pre-reflective architecture-body communication in order to, from this kind of enactive cognition perspective. So I will introduce the enactive account in a bit more details in the next part of the talk. But for now, it is just worth highlighting that enactivism is one of the growing lines of thinking within this broader field of embodied cognition, and its relevance resides in the idea that human cognition is fundamentally shaped by the active, embodied engagement of the organism with its environment. And in this sense, an activist view highlights the embodied and the embedded nature of our cognition, which actually grants the built environment with a key role in shaping the ways humans are in the world as living beings and experiencing subjects. So, therefore, the specific question that I wish to address today through the enactive cognition perspective is how architecture affords being in the world. My aim with addressing this question is twofold. First, to provide you with a sketch of the enactive framework for architectural experience, and thereby to illustrate how one way of using this knowledge from embodied cognition on understanding an architectural experience is subject, and therefore a relationship between the architecture and the body. And secondly, to suggest how the concepts of embodiment and affordances can be productively intertwined for the purposes of investigating how people experience and engage with the built environment. Accordingly, the intention is to begin unfolding this relationship between the design of spaces as architectural affordances and the related embodied experiences. So then in the rest of the talk, I will first introduce you with some of the essential ideas behind enactive cognition, explain the key concepts behind it, followed by elaboration of the affordances body schema concepts as key operating concepts within this framework. And subsequently, I will discuss the implications of such an active, embodied, and affective view of spatial experience try to address the topic of understanding meaning-making in the context of affective architecture. So, to begin answering this question of how architecture affords being in the world, it is worth considering the context in which this dialogue between architecture and an active embodied cognition first came forth. So, to put simply, what is kind of this common ground on which this dialogue is being built? And the first reason lies in the fact that both architecture and enactivism share the same concern for both the living and the lived body. That is, our biological organism and our phenomenal existence as a bodily experienced subject, respectively. So to illustrate this with a quote from Peter Zumthor, architecture should be thought of as an envelope and a background for life, which goes on in and around it, a sensitive container for the rhythm of footsteps on the floor, for the concentration of work, for the silence of sleep. And these words capture an enduring thought within architectural scholarship that architecture acts as an existential scaffolding to human life because it accommodates at the same time both the living and the lived body. On the one hand, the task of architecture is to provide a shelter for the biological living body and to be a setting for the situations of life, while on the other, it houses our world of ideas and memories, and therefore our lived phenomenological body, by being linked through our embodied existence to the way we think and behave. So in this way, the idea of affording being in the world can be conceived as a dual task of architecture to fulfill the functional everyday requirements, as well as to act as a meaningful material expression to layering of time, culture, and human life. And it is precisely for this reason that an active paradigm fits well for exploring how architecture is experienced. Namely, an active account of cognition, as it was initiated by Varela, Thompson, and Roche in the seminal work of The Embodied Mind that Pierre was also mentioning, was created as a synthesis of ideas from cognitive science, biology, and phenomenology. And they have emphasized that understanding of cognition and consciousness requires considering and taking seriously both the phenomenological and the biological perspective. So in other words, enactivism argues that we need to consider both the first person and the third person perspective as mutually informing and mutually constraining for our analysis and research on cognition. So there is this idea of the built-in criticality within the enactivist framework. Which has also inspired the development of experimental methodologies such as neurophenomenology and throat-loaded phenomenology. So in this sense, there are several reasons that link this existing scholarship on spatial experience within architecture with the enactive approach to cognition. And first, as indicated on the slide, the very important part of this groundwork for today's dialogue is to be found in the rich legacy of architectural phenomenology. And phenomenological thought in architecture, as you probably know, has been present for several decades, and it might be roughly categorized as occurring in two phases, illustratively termed as the existential and the embodied turn. And in particular, the second wave of architectural phenomenology, or the embodied turn, was very much inspired by Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology of embodiment, emphasizing the role of the body as a vehicle of being in the world, and therefore as the center of architectural experience. And this is something that corresponds to the enactive approach in the sense that it has been also developed with this strong foothold in phenomenological thinking and with the explicit influence by Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology. Now, at the same time, it's also kind of just worth mentioning that, of course, scientific thinking has been used in architecture for a really long time. So, for example, from Heinrich Wolflin and other late 19th century scholars working on, especially on theory of empathy, through seminal work by Richard Neutra, Survival for Design, and to this more recent interest in neuroscience and cognitive science more broadly. That has perhaps really significantly grown in the past 5 years or so. And of course, this is what led to the increasing recognition of the potential benefits of cognitive science for human-centered and research-based design. However, these efforts, at least so far, have often been a bit sporadic for different reasons, including addressing the important issue of how to translate scientific findings for architectural design purposes. And it is in this kind of landscape that the enactive approach to architectural experience came forth, and specifically it came forth as a proposal how to develop a systematic account for understanding and conceptualizing architectural experience. Now, of course, this systematic account includes developing both the conceptual and experimental framework informed by enactivism and neurophenomenology, respectively, in order to address these issues that are pertinent to how people experience and engage with the built environment. So, based on such a common ground, I argue that this long-standing tradition of phenomenology in architecture and the recent interest in cognitive science can be channeled through the enactive approach to provide a richer understanding of how architecture affords being in the world. To illustrate one way of doing so, I will highlight 3 key ideas from enactive cognition understood as cognition as enactive, embodied, and affective. And before explaining each of these dimensions in a bit more detail, it is worth noting that the enactive account first emerged as a critique of the neurocentric and brain-centric approaches. And what they have argued in contrast is that we need a conception of cognition that goes beyond the neural events in the head or in the brain. Today, there is really a rich array of different embodied cognition approaches, which are known under the term of 4E or 4EA cognition, because they all agree to a lesser or a higher degree that cognition can be considered as enactive, embodied, embedded, affective, and extended. Of course, even enactivism itself has these several different versions, and it is really a matter of current open debate about how all these versions fit together, what are their differences, and also how they are situated in other embodied cognition approaches. But for now, I would just like to highlight that what I'm referring to is sometimes termed as canonical enactivism, and it might be traced to the writings of Varela, Thompson, Di Paolo, Colombetti, and Sean Gallagher, just to name a few. So let us now move to this first idea of cognition as an active, which is kind of the core of this account, and which highlights that our ability to experience and to cognize is grounded in the bodily interactions with the environment. And there are two implications of this view. So first, as it can be clearly captured in the words by Sean Gallagher, that an organism is not a cognitive agent before coupling to an environment, because the environment is an essential constitutive element in making the organism what it is. And this idea is, to a small extent, can be considered analog to the famous quote that we shape our buildings and thereafter they shape us. Now, secondly and importantly, our ability for making sense of the world comes from an active and pragmatic engagement with the environment, because we are fundamentally action-oriented, and cognition is therefore shaped through continuous coupling of perception and action. So in fact, it has been argued that perceiving is a way of acting, and what this means is that action and perception are tightly interconnected in a way that what we sense is influenced by what we move, and vice versa. Therefore, it has been proposed that we have an implicit know-how or a mastery of sensory motor dependencies between our sensing and moving body and the environment that underline all our cognitive processes. And one way in which this mastery of the sensory motor rules, or the embodied know-how, is manifested in architecture is in this pre-reflective and pragmatic manner in which we engage with the spatial settings. So the simple fact that we do not have to think consciously about the ways we maneuver our bodies through a doorway or up the staircase. Of course, ever since our early childhood explorations of the different spatial settings, people are fine-tuning this skillful mastery that allows them to experience each new space. And in fact, it might be suggested that it is precisely because we have this profound bodily memory of architectural scale that when confronted with a different environment, we can feel the discrepancy between what is perceived and how we might or might not act and move and inhabit the space in which we are, with the kind of body that we have. Now, the second idea of cognition as embodied aims to highlight that cognition is not just something that happens in the head, but instead the body as a whole has a fundamental role in constituting the way we enact, perceive, and understand the world. This means that all possibilities for body-environment interactions are determined and guided by the conditions of our embodiment. In other words, by the kind of body we have, with its skills, motivational states, abilities, etc. And in that sense, an important implication of the embodied cognition is that for each individual or each species as a whole, perception and action are ultimately grounded in the organism's embodied structure and form. And the third aspect of cognition that I wish to highlight is its fundamentally affective nature. Namely, in the enactive theory, affectivity stands as an inherent constituent of perception-action cycle because it motivates and animates all our interactions with the world. And the reason resides in this notion of sense-making, which can be defined as a process that transforms the environment into a place of meaning for the living being. So, in this sense, this sense-making process is essentially an evaluative process through which an organism regulates its homeostatic balance and its response to the environment. And it is this process that gives salience, meaning, and value to the different events and actions, even other organisms, to the organism's environment as a whole. So in this sense, this process can also be called world-making process because through that we enact and brings forth, the organism brings forth the world for itself. And therefore, as philosopher Giovanna Colombetti has argued, to say that cognition is effective is to say that we have a fundamental lack of indifference toward the environment, and it is the reason why why this basic foundational effectivity permeates everything we are and everything we do. And therefore, according to the enactivist view, all bodily systems are essential for being a cognitive and sentient agent, including not only the neural and sensory motor systems, but also all other bodily fundamental homeostatic activity, including all physiological, hormonal, and chemical self-regulatory processes. Now, in the context of architecture, the implications of this enactive, embodied, and effective view are threefold. So first, that architecture and the body are dynamically interconnected in a two-way dependency. What this means is that on the one hand, the way in which we perceive, experience, and engage with architecture depends on the particular kind of body we have and skillful sensory motor knowledge that structures the possibilities for body-environment interactions. And on the other hand, the way in which architecture is structured or designed has an influence on the human mind and behavior because of this dynamic brain-body environment relationship. Now, secondly, because cognition is understood as emerging through this sense-making process based on body-environment coupling, it can be proposed that the foundational nucleus of architectural meaning is something that is created and always recreated anew in the interaction between the body and the spatial setting. And thirdly, following the conception of cognition as being enacted through the bodily interactions with the environment, which is always a social, material, and cultural, it can be argued that architecture and the built environment generally is a constructed, materialized expression of the culture as a whole, and that therefore it acts as a socio-cultural scaffolding for our embodied experiences. And to unpack some of these implications further, in the next part of the talk, I will introduce these concepts of affordances and the body schema. So, of course, as you're probably well familiar with, affordances is a concept that is central to the enactive and embodied paradigms, and a concept originating from ecological psychology that has been currently further refined and being developed. And for the present purposes, I would actually like to highlight a definition that was put forward by philosophers Eric Rietveld and Julia Kiverstein, and in which they specifically write that affordances can be defined as possibilities for action dependent on the relations between the aspects of the socio-material environment and the abilities available in the human form of life. And here there are several elements in this definition that are worth unpacking. First, that what should be highlighted in the context of perhaps architecture and more generally is that possibilities for action refer to a rich spectrum of human abilities and skills. In other words, it includes not only possibilities for movement, but also all other possibilities such as capacity to imagine, to play, to socially interact, to name a few. And in this sense, affordances are determined by the variety of practices and abilities that characterize human species as a whole, or in other words, that characterize the human form of life. Now, additionally, the emphasis on these aspects of the socio-material environment implies that affordances provided by the environment are always related to both the physical features of that environment, but also to the socio-cultural practices occurring in the spatial setting. So therefore, affordances within the built environment should be thought of as always physical, social, and cultural at the same time. And last but not least, defining affordances as possibilities for action that are dependent on the relations between aspects of the environment and the skillful abilities available means that there is a viable coupling between organisms' perceptual and practical capacities and what the world affords. So on the one hand, the world, through affordances, informs what we can perceive and what we can do, while at the same time, our perceptual abilities and capacities for skillful action determine the set of affordances which will be disclosed to us in the world at a specific moment in time. And what particularly interests us as architects is, of course, the case of design affordances. In other words, affordances as a design interaction between life and form. And so, for example, a prototypal example of design affordances would be this so-called modified social bench, which transforms the usual affordance of sitting into a necessary negotiation of social norms and practices between two people wishing to take the same batch. And in order to examine this further, to understand how designers play with affordances, it is useful to introduce the idea of the landscape and the field of affordances. So first of all, this notion of the landscape of affordances suggests that from an immense range of existing affordances in the environment that are available to a particular form of life, such as humans, they are constrained by two conditions. First, by virtue of the organism's embodiment, and by the whole spectrum of abilities available in the human sociocultural practices. In parallel, a field of affordances is defined as a subgroup of the human landscape of affordances in a way that highlights this relational organism-environment coupling. Because, of course, it highlights that it includes specific affordances that are available to a particular individual at any moment in time, depending on his or her abilities, needs, and preferences. So this field of affordances includes relevant affordances or solicitations that show up for a particular individual in a concrete situation. And there are two distinctions two aspects of the design affordances that can be highlighted. Firstly, it is about the plasticity between the landscape of affordances and skillful actions. On the one hand, we can speak about the potential of the design to create new affordances in the human form of life, but by taking as a starting point the richness of our skillful actions. At the same time, this plasticity between what we can do, our skillful actions understood in a broad sense, and the landscape of affordances goes also in these other directions, that by creating new affordances, our set of skillful actions can be changed and expanded. And secondly, the idea of the field of affordances also highlights a more functional kind of role of architectural affordances, in the sense that we, of course, perceive a multiplicity of affordances at any specific moment in time, but we do engage with only some of them, including also a possibility to perceive a non-affordance, such as a sidewalk covered in a deep snow or encountering a steep stairs with while driving a stroller. Now, and to clarify this idea of the landscape of affordances a bit further, it is useful to look at this physical materialization of the philosophical worldview as Eric Rietveld describes this architectural installation. And this project is called The End of Sitting by Rietveld architects, and it is aimed to be a reimagined workspace that exchanges sitting with a variety of possibilities for supported standing, leaning, and hanging, which is only temporarily comfortable, and therefore it invites the user to switch positions and posture throughout the working day. And what is kind of relevance is not the actual look of the installation, but it is more that it speaks to this possibility to take people's existing abilities for standing, leaning, and hanging, that is, the abilities that refer to affordances from the human form of life, in order to create new affordances for working in all sorts of supported postures. And another case of interest in how architects employ affordances is the understanding of design affordances as spatial and experiential scenarios. And this can be exemplified in the design strategy of the so-called affective architecture. That is, built-in settings that are designed with an idea that carefully orchestrated, affective, and embodied experiences of spaces can act as a medium of meaning and memory making. Architectural history is filled with such instances of remarkable landmark buildings where these affective scenarios and atmospheres are often intentionally articulated to create distinctly memorable place experiences. In fact, such design strategy can be frequently identified in the sacred spaces and places of memory, such as memorials and heritage sites. And one example is the here illustrated water temple, which is a building that has the design narrative that leads the visitor through a series of different spaces, invoking a variety of emotional and bodily experiences. Perhaps to be argued that these are all intentionally designed affordances to slowly build the sense of mystery and anticipation as a person moves through the building, which culminates in the intense feelings of sacredness as one reaches the main chapel space. Now, the body schema is another concept that might be of help to us to understand better how architects create the conditions for meaning making. And speaking in active terms, body schema can be defined as a system of sensory motor processes supporting and organizing the dynamic intertwining between perception and action at the level of the organism as a whole. And for the purposes of describing architectural experience, the body schema can be understood as having two important functions. On the one hand, it is responsible for this continuous tracing of bodily positions and states as it moves through space. And on the other, body schema plays a fundamental role in providing us with a minimal sense of self. That is, with a capacity to have a pre-reflective bodily awareness of ourselves as experiencing bodily subjects. Now, in terms of this first function, body schema can be defined as a set of unconscious and close to automatic processes which continuously control and regulate our posture and movement in response to environmental changes as well as intentional actions. And it does so by incorporating and synchronizing bodily information across proprioceptive, exteroceptive, and interoceptive modalities. And importantly, it is worth noting that these body schematic processes are not limited only to the bodily neural maps in the brain, but also involve extensive neural and extraneural factors, such as joints and muscles, as well as interoceptive information, such as feelings of pain, temperature, itch, visceral sensations, etc. And this is also significant because it is these interoceptive signals about bodily and emotional states that are considered as providing latent motivations for directing one's actions and attention. And in parallel to this dynamic mapping of the bodily states and movements, body schema also plays a fundamental role in providing us with a pre-reflective bodily awareness of ourselves as experiencing lived bodies. In many everyday circumstances, the body can figure prominently in our experience because we pay conscious attention to it, either voluntarily, for example, when we are trying to learn a new dance movement, or involuntarily, when our attention is drawn to our body, for example, when attempting to pass through a narrow space between two tightly parked cars. In other cases, our conscious attention is directed towards the environment or to a goal-directed action, making our body disappear from conscious experience with the body schema working in the background. So for instance, while writing an article, one's thoughts are focused and concentrated on the content to be written and not on the position of our body in the chair or how one's hands move over the keyboard. And based on such functionality, body schema can be understood as being at the essence of the architecture of the pre-reflective architecture-body communication, or in other words, as being a delicate communicative point between architecture and the human mind. And there are two reasons for this. So firstly, because it enables us to engage with the built environment in a profoundly animated, pragmatic, and meaningful manner. And secondly, because it provides us with an access to our bodily self and thus to the conscious experience of a situation at hand. A good illustration of this pre-reflective architecture-body communication through body schema can be found in the design of Daniel Liebes' Kindergarten of Exile in the Jewish Museum in Berlin. And just in case you're not that familiar with the example, this space is designed as an allusion to a garden. It is filled with 49 tall and thick concrete pillars, filled with plants that appear to be leaning and being out of balance because they are placed on a slope floor. Moreover, your only connection to the outside world is a view towards the sky. Now, this particular design, with a tilted floor surface and which is also covered in uneven paving stones, acts as a direct and powerful corporeal suggestion of instability and insecurity. Because the space influences our body schema by disturbing our sense of balance in normal upright orientation, we are able to experience these changes as feelings of discomfort and disturbance. And it is precisely such feelings of discomfort that align with the design intention of creating the atmosphere of existential fears, and that allows us to have a more memorable experience of the space in question. Therefore, it can be argued that by intentionally acting on our body schema through design affordances, it is possible to articulate and create conditions for embodied meaning to emerge. Of course, it should be underlined that it is not expected nor argued that the entire complexity of the exile idea and the museum narrative can be understood by the visitor only through bodily engagement and emotional experience. But instead, what I want to emphasize here, and with this example, is that architectural solutions can be used as experiential triggers in order to create a kind of a baseline for immersing the visitor in the present moment, and in this particular case, to solicit the feeling of being disoriented and out of their normal way of operating in the world. Accordingly, it can be proposed that architecture can shape and structure our being in the world through the design of body-environment interactions. That is, the design of our embodied and effective experiences of spatial affordances, where these are understood as materializations of the socio-cultural patterns, practices, and meanings. And importantly, as exemplified in the shown affective architecture cases, there are two implications worth highlighting regarding the relationship between affordances as designed and the sense-making process. On the one hand, remembering and memory-making is, from the enactive perspective, understood as a kind of doing. It is fundamentally creative, imaginative, and a dynamic process, which can be understood as the activity of actively constructing memories using biological, environmental, and social resources. And in that sense, we can speak of memory-making in architecture as remembering in the now, an idea that fits well also with the recent constructive memory approaches within cultural psychology and affective heritage studies. At the same time, the enactive understanding of the sense-making emphasizes that body-architecture interaction is always an open-ended process, bringing new possibilities and meanings with every new encounter with architectural settings. Consequently, we can say that architecture can only trigger but cannot prescribe experiences. At the same time, this open-endedness is a source of eternal inspiration in the ways that architects can shape and reshape our being in the world, because they can always create new affordances, new meanings, and accordingly set new ways for how we experience the world. And in summary, I wish to highlight three key aspects that are relevant to this architecture and active cognition dialogue. First, that the enactive framework allows us to and help us explore the embodied and the effective dimension of the spatial experience, and consequently to reconceptualize the experiencing architectural subject. Moreover, from the enactivist perspective, the task of architects can be conceptualized as designing the embodied experience of spatial affordances, which can create conditions for a meaningful architectural experience. Secondly, by reconceptualizing how people experience architecture in these enactive, embodied, and affective terms, we can start investigating empirically the biological underpinnings of spatial experiences. As it is a case in neuroaesthetics, for example, the aim of such investigations is to provide an additional, deeper layer of understanding of the built environment's impact on people's brains and bodies. So, for example, in the mentioned case of the affective architecture, there are different possibilities that are worth testing, like, for example, the patterns of the emotional response. In what ways do these spaces modulate our attention? What is the relationship between arousal, anticipation, and the subjective experience of time? In what ways do different spatial cues affect our proprioception? And also importantly, to what extent do all these different factors contribute to creating a meaningful and memorable experience of such a spatial setting? And thirdly, in order to capture the richness of architectural experience, it is important to keep developing appropriate methodologies, primarily here I mean experimental methodologies, that addresses both the lived and the living body, or to put differently, to take seriously the first and the third person perspective. On that note, I would like to finish with a quote by a neuroscientist, Eric Kandel, who writes that art provides insight into the more fleeting experiential qualities of mind, what a certain experience feels like. A brain scan may reveal the neural signs of depression, but a Beethoven symphony reveals what that depression feels like. And both perspectives are necessary if we are to fully grasp the nature of the mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your talk. Now there's going to be, maybe you can stay there,
Yeah, sure.
because Professor House will join you at the table. So I don't know if, I'm just going to introduce Professor House, and then we will have questions. If you have a question from from afar or from the room. So Professor David House is a professor of anthropology in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at Concordia University, and adjunct professor of law in the Faculty of Law at McGill University. He is also the director of the Concordia Center for Interdisciplinary Studies in Society and Culture, and co-director of the Concordia Center for Sensory Studies. He is the managing editor of the Sense and Society Journal, and his latest publication is entitled Troubling Law, Sensorium, Explorations in Sensational Jurisprudence. So Professor Howe will conduct the discussion, and do you prefer that we take questions in the room right now, or you want to manage that? Okay, go.
So I want to first of all thank Pierre and Nathalie for organizing this extraordinary workshop, which I had the privilege of reading some of Andrea's papers last evening, and I was completely entranced by them. Very simply, I think that it is very, very sophisticated what you are doing with the idea of enaction and embodiment, and I think that my comments, therefore, are maybe way in the past, okay? And I look forward to you enlightening me as to the errors in my approach. I co-direct a Center for Sensory Studies, and therefore I'm interested in putting the mind in its place, back in the head, okay? I think the senses are what connect us to the environment. So I think that the idea of the extended mind, I don't agree. It's through our senses that we extend our bodies. And that idea of sensory practices is a very important one to me. I think that there are various ways of sensing, and that we need to very carefully study what those ways of sensing might be. And just as an example, which goes to the question of affordances, here we are all sitting on chairs. I could be sprawled on the floor, Or if I was from an Asian culture, I might be perching on one of the chairs. Okay, the affordance of a chair doesn't have to be accepted by the subject. And you had some beautiful examples of ways in which otherwise designed environments could accommodate people differently. Those workstations were really extraordinarily inspiring. But I have concerns not only about cognition getting overextended, we should be thinking about the senses and how they inform cognition, but also about this idea of affordance. Okay? Now, the idea of affordance comes from the work of James Gibson, as we know, and basically it was sort of created in the context of his research in the World War II and post-World War II context of studying how fighter pilots could land planes properly. Okay? So it was visual, and it was a militarization of knowledge. Okay? That in effect, there was very specific ideas that he was pursuing with that. And one thing I must say is that while I appreciate what he did in terms of teaching people how to land planes safely, that whole idea of a fit, okay, is a militarization, but it's also a kind of constraint. Now, you talked openly and beautifully about all of the different socio-material ways in which we interact with the world. But I wonder if there isn't always an element of constraint, okay, in the way in which affordances impact us. And the reason I say that partly has to do with a paper that appeared recently in a journal that I edit, and it's about a deaf architect and his practices. And in that regard, did Gibson really understand, okay, other ways of sensing besides 20/20 vision? Okay, and I don't think his work applies to smell. I also think if you dig into it, and I think you're overcoming this, but let me just put two criticisms on the table of that initial idea of affordance. Gibson himself devoted scant attention to the specifically social and cultural dimensions of human life, preferring, if anything, to downplay the distinction between human beings and other animals. Now, there are some ways in which that's correct, other ways in which it might be slighting the human in serious ways. And for all his emphasis on perception as a process that is continually going on, Gibson assumed that the world which the perceiver moves round in and explores is relatively fixed and permanent, somehow pre-prepared with all its affordances ready and waiting to be taken up by whatever creatures arrive to inhabit it. Okay? And so it was that idea of possibilities for action. It sounds wonderful, but the idea is actually that there are prescriptions in any kind of affordance that limit the possibilities. And let me just end on one point. We are born with the capacity to speak every language in the world. Our mouths can form all those different sounds, including the k of the kung, okay? And we end up speaking just one or two. Okay, it is so sad. And we are born with the capacity to inhabit any culture in the world and live in it, but we end up just living one or two. And so my concern is with, well, what kinds of practices might be there, and what kinds of limits does this idea of affordance bring in? The examples you showed are beautiful in terms of opening possibilities. I would love to work at that workstation because I would love to stop sitting all the time. And all I've got is I put a laptop on top of a filing cabinet. That's as far as I've got, and sometimes I work there. But that space that you showed us was absolutely extraordinary. My question is one of, do we have yet an adequate understanding of these socio-material ways? Or are designers actually limiting, our experience of the world because they are often working on their own intuitions?
Okay, so thank you. I mean, this is really I would say an open discussion because what is also difficult to portray often when you have to present such a dialogue is that there are all these internal debates within the different disciplines. And in fact, I think that from an actual perspective, actually this idea of affordances that they also have a socio-cultural element might be as a really obvious thing, and because it's definitely something that we are kind of shaping and molding. But on the other hand, when you are like operating this enactive and embodied cognition aspect, it is actually only now that a few scholars, to the best of my knowledge, that they are opening up to this idea of affordances as something beyond just grasping and reaching. And because, of course, in a way, if you want to introduce this concept in architecture, thinking of something as a simple motor action is likely not going to cut it. I mean, even just that example of the social bench even speaks about itself, because it's more than actual just the possibility to sit and like prepare your body for the actual position of sitting. But I think that it's kind of a different, and I definitely don't have a final answer, but I think it's really actually an interesting way to explore both the limitations but also the open-endedness of affordances. I have to say that that's a completely open question. I am personally interested in both. I
see that in your work, and I think that's it, grasping and sitting. These are basic, bodily motions, but their idea of social affordances that you bring in, where leaning on somebody, okay, them helping you move instead of a cane. These are other ways in which we can begin to open up that notion, and I think this would be really key.
Yeah, so I think that in that sense, it's also about if we are to really kind of push forward this experimental agenda as well. We do need to think about different paradigms in which we go beyond that motor action, that there is so much research being done now, to appropriate that into a more meaningful architectural questions, because otherwise if we really just study that kind of interaction, likely we will not have any. I mean, it will still be basic research, but a bit more harder to apply to the architectural design.
Okay.
So that's the
so let me just put one example, and then I will open up the floor. This deaf architect who was responsible for designing one of the pavilions at Gallaudet sort of had in the entranceway a huge atrium, and so you can see all 3 floors. That means you don't need signage. You can already envision the building. And right in the center is an elevator, and it's all in glass. Now, the significance of the glass is that you can keep on signing once the doors close. A conversation can continue all the way up and down the 3 floors. But for those of us who are hearing, conversation is ended when you have the doors closing in the elevator. That plus rounded corners, so if you can't hear somebody, you can anticipate them in other ways through, in terms of avoiding collisions, are part of the way in which this space has been designed. And one of the interesting things is that maybe it enhances the experience of the hearing as well. Now, I don't want to be overly physicalist by saying, a deaf architect only can teach us this. I think that there are many vernacular architectures in the world that could also teach us as well. We have the example of Zumthor, we have the beautiful examples that you've given us, but that would be it, that proliferating the study of practices, the social and cultural affordances, if the idea of affordance can be moved in that direction, has the possibility to truly enrich architecture in all these kinds of ways. So I've gotten that off my chest. I'm fine now. Okay, I've defended the senses and tried to put the mind back in its place inside the head. I accept that the idea of the extended mind is actually a tremendously productive and powerful one. And really what it's about is this idea of interaction. And indeed, affordance should also be about interaction. But how do we model interaction at all times, especially when architecture tends to be rather static? It is not moving typically. It's actually more or less fixed. So how does that fluidity of practice get incorporated into architecture itself is a potential question. But just in terms of one of the quotes that you had about a building being a sensitive envelope, what a beautiful idea to work with. Alberto.
Just one small observation, because you'll hear me this afternoon, but I think very relevant to the conversation. I also have a problem with the concept of affordances. And just a suggestion to you, because, and I think that's what we share, is that coming more from the phenomenology of perception and from Merleau-Ponty, where really the fundamental concept is that it's perception itself which is active, right? And so it involves the senses. He already, in his big thesis, deals with this problem through the concept of habit. So if you go back to Merleau-Ponty, because it encompasses a lot of the things that you want to say with affordances, but you are taking it from a different model of cognition, which comes from Gibson, which I also have great difficulty with. I think this concept, properly massaged, habit, might do the trick, because it's really social. And but at the same time, I can take your position that you can extend the concept of affordance for it to do other things than this idea of the extended mind, right? That is very brain-centered still, in my opinion. It really doesn't have this fullness of an action that you describe. So it's tricky how this, and I'm sure that there's a lot of conversation in the field that I don't know about, where the question of affordance is taken into another dimension. But it's just that there is this word already, habitus, that really deals precisely with these issues, and that comes from Merleau-Ponty.
Just on that point, habit is an action, habitus is an environment, and so there's a really nice slippage there, the way in which they hold together. And just, to extend my empire even further, I edited a book once called Empire of the Senses. This word sense is a very interesting one, because sense refers to both sensation and signification, to feeling and meaning, as in the sense of a word. Okay, so in that regard, it's beyond language, and it also comes before language, and making sense and sense-making, as you use it there, that always gave me a thrill each time, because I think that's precisely, that way in which, through engagement with a particular environment, a particular habitus, the senses are being made as well. And that was your point about, we make buildings and then they make us. And so, would one want to go with a word like habit, okay? And what is an affordance in its relationship to a habit, would be, I think, an interesting way. Now these are, again, I think the point that you made about there being many conversations within the discipline, there is no one. I think that you have the leading edge on where the discipline of cognoscience has to go with the 4EA that you were articulating. But what about those other schools within it, which are, how do we bring them to the same fever pitch as where your investigations go?
Yeah, I would say that, definitely there are traces of different, of actually all these schools of thoughts within, at least also the scholars that I'm trying to follow. I think that definitely this question of habit is, so far I think I encountered this more as a kind of this bodily memory, but I have to say that that's not really something to kind of explore further and to really develop. Maybe there are these other, actually replacement words like patterns and practices that might fit in. But yeah, I would say it's also a question of a bit of time, because it's definitely about negotiating all these different positions in the sense that, and kind of really trying to do it in a rigorous way, because they all really come from really different perspectives. And it is also true that there are, even within an activism and ecological psychology, there are really contemporary debates on how do these actually fit together, not to mention even phenomenology. So I also have to say it's probably a mutual effort. I would like,
Other questions or comments? If I can just put one more concept on the table, we have the idea of the embodied mind and also the mindful body, and these have been tremendously generative constructs. Another idea that we might want to put on the table, and I think this is what affordance is trying to get at, is the idea of emplacement. Okay, so yes, an embodied mind in what you would call a situated. So you use the word situated to get at that. But thinking through a theory of emplacement, which is what you talk about when you talk about embedded or situated, is I think another way in which we're moving a little bit beyond, perhaps, embodied mind as a paradigm from that situatedness. Please.
First of all, thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. I'd like to ask a question relating to the difference between the more embodied or perhaps subconscious, pre-reflective perception of the built environment versus the more, I guess you could say, reflective, contemplative view of the built environment. Specifically, the examples that you showed, the Briand Cemetery, the Baths and Vals, the Salk Institute, all seem to me to be very exceptional examples of architecture, as opposed to the more kind of everyday environments. So my question is, in constructing meaning, how do you relate constructing meaning in these kinds of exceptional environments compared to our everyday lived environments? When I went to the Briand Cemetery, for example, part of my experience viewing a scene like this was contemplating it almost as a photograph, this kind of distanced perception. So how do you see the relation between these two ways of perceiving and of creating meaning?
Yeah, so thank you very much. I mean, of course, that's a really interesting and relevant issue, and perhaps it's also a matter of, again, one of the slightly internal discussions with the fields, because even when you speak about embodied cognition, very often people are quite accustomed to talking of this in terms of lower cognition on all the kind of sensory perception, but I cannot say that they have yet solved the issues of what is sometimes called this higher cognition in terms of all our capacities for reflection, imagination, all these kind of higher consciousness, higher processes. So in this sense, I think that first of all, the focus, of course, in this kind of example is because if we really want to now to try to develop some sort of experimental paradigms, it might be more helpful if we have a more pronounced responses that we can capture. So in the sense that instead of kind of a more habitual everyday space in which our responses might not be that dominant or might be more kind of balanced, that would be like one way of going around that, because of course we already know that these are exceptional cases architecturally, but they might also have a more pronounced bodily and emotional responses that we can capture in biological terms. Then on the other hand, I think that why I also play around with the idea of pre-reflective primarily is precisely because it provides us access to certain part of the experience if needed or if prompted. One aspect that I didn't talk about today was also how perhaps, or kind of suggesting how certain spatial cues actually make us kind of move from that very much tacit experience of the body into a much more conscious attention as a way to make us more aware of where we are and what are we experiencing in the present moment. So I think that there is at least that link between being consciously aware or pre-consciously aware of ourselves as experiencing subjects and then moving to this more contemplative way of thinking. But again, this is something that's, because it has to do with attentional cues, it is something that we can really test experimentally. So.
I may have a comment. Where I put my glass. Do you agree to the fact that, in part, 80% of our experience of the world is constructed in our head? So if we don't pay attention to something really, what we are gathering from the environment is a mix of is a story that we are building in our head from the sensory cue that we receive. So it's not exactly what we are physically seeing or even feeling, because since, for example, if you receive an input, it's always like a mix of input. It's never an isolated input. I mean, you receive you see, you hear, and then you smell something, and then you are on the ground, you are touching something. So it's less that what you are seeing than what you are experiencing. So even if you are in an environment like here, of course we don't have. Everybody has different perception and different stories and different experiences. So our experience of the place is maybe really different because culturally also we are maybe different. So do you agree with that idea? I'm not sure I have because you are talking about affordance, of course, like the interaction with this, but and embodied cognition, but what would you react to what I'm saying, in fact?
Yeah, if I code it right, I think that's precisely maybe the way that at least this an active tradition is trying to overcome.
But it's more like predictive mind, in fact, the predictive mind angle of what you're experiencing of the world is much more what you are constructing in your head than what it's really there, in fact. Particularly when you are in an environment that is familiar, like you're not like on the moon or some place that you are really, or for example, if you are in a place that you are afraid, you will pay much more attention of what you are. So it's linked to your emotion of the moment and your sentiment, affect of the moment. So don't you agree that the world is like a draft in your head instead of something physical, much more than what it's physically there? And I mean, when you have building, it's much more like I don't know. What would you react to that?
I think that to that actually the answer is that it is relational, because of course it is not only drafted in your head, but I mean it depends.
It depends on the sensory cue. Yeah, of course. Yes.
But I think that's a key point. I mean, Richard Gregory, all of his stuff on visual perception was precisely along those lines. We construct a model, and then we just use the input of our senses to confirm that model. So perception is all in the head. And where the enactive approach differs is that it's not attributing priority to these constructions in the head, but rather the interaction. And your stress, throughout on interaction, I think is really, really key. So in that regard, it gets the mind out of the head, and it does so in an important kind of fashion. And so there is that move within the cognitive sciences from an earlier version, which was representational, to this idea of enaction now. I have a question there, though, and that is that in our first presentation by Hugo this morning, all those areas that are supposed to light up in the brain, doesn't that return to a kind of representational understanding of cognition? Now, maybe that's, well, okay.
Very good that you mentioned this because we're here, I think, from the introduction, we all believe in this position of enactive cognition. I'll be speaking about it again. In fact, I will be redundant with a lot of the things that she's talking about, but it's important to recognize that the field is really divided, incredibly divided. Nobody asked him that question, and he's no longer here, but it reminds me of an experience that I had in San Diego, where some people are very in agreement with me, but some people in the Salk Institute believe that I'm crazy. That basically consciousness is in the brain. Forget it. What are you talking about? It's basically constructed in the brain, and I think that's what you are saying. And I think it's important to recognize that there is a debate here. Otherwise, we get very confused. Anyhow, that's my.
Someone else wants to interact, or no?
If I can say about the question about the self, a fundamental idea is that we're talking about the pre-reflective, and yet the spaces you showed us were spaces of contemplation. They were unsettling the senses in some ways, and indeed great spaces are going to do that, and they will be just the triggers that you are referring to. And so there is a difference between great architecture and the quotidian, which is just reinforcing certain habits of perception. And I use the word advisedly here, that are not going to shake anything up. That's why when we go someplace and come back, and our senses are having the challenge of adjusting, back to where we are, we perceive the world in a whole new way. And that is interesting. If only we could have that freshness of perception every day, but we can't. We need to economize. We can't be attending, to everything all the time. And so, that's the play, that goes, I think, in a very significant way along with the examples that you were showing us.
I imagine it's a very exhausting experience when you are paying attention. Like you really, if you start your day and you say, I'm going to pay attention to every detail, you're going to be so exhausted. So yeah, it's just.
Yeah. And at the same time, if I may, sort of just point to a technique of sensing the environment, such as was developed by Henry David Thoreau in New England. He said, a man should feed his senses with the best that the land affords. And he went about doing that by nibbling on plants and crushing leaves and smelling them. And he would immerse himself in a pond and then get out and let the wind dry him. And he, was observant of how if he could just stood on tippy toes, he could see a bit more of the sunset. So he was totally attuned to his sensory environment. And I think that there are techniques there that it would be very interesting to employ in the study of affordances. Now, what we have instead is Walter Benjamin talking about Baudelaire and flânerie. Okay? And so most of our understanding of walking in the city is informed by that paradigm, which is also an extraordinary paradigm. But imagine Thoreau and Baudelaire on a walk together, okay, and just what kinds of understanding of the world they might arrive at. So there are these techniques of the senses that we've been trying to focus on in some of our research that I think need to be brought into this as well. So there's both enaction as a paradigm and affordance, and then how is that mediated? How can it be enriched by acquiring these different techniques of the senses? And I, as an anthropologist, I'm very familiar with some of those different ways of sensing. For example, in many cultures, especially peasant cultures, the evil eye is very pervasive. And so you don't stare and you don't look at a beautiful child. You're always avoiding looking at things. And this is really sort of quite a constraint on my visual perception. Did Gibson ever think about that? Okay, I don't think so, but that's a socio-material practice. At one time on the island of Dobu, where there's a very strict relationship between a mother-in-law and a son-in-law, I saw this big hulking man creep around the edge of an open space because his mother-in-law was in a prominent position and he did not want to cross her line of vision. He strode masterfully way ahead of me, went through the jungle, but then when he got to that point, his sensory motor sort of operation in the world was completely transformed. Now we don't study those practices, I think, as much as we might, because we do a lot of our research in laboratories, but there are those ways in which the senses are also subject to moral forces. And I guess that one of my disagreements with Gibson would be that he sort of sees them as drones or as information seekers. And that idea of information, I think, might be a problematic one when it comes to the lived experience that we're talking about. So you can see I have a lot of baggage, okay? And so when I read your paper and it was so beautifully composed, and you are actually negotiating and navigating all those disputes within the field and bringing it together in such a comprehensive way that I had to sort of go back to these primitive sources to try and open any chink in the beautiful sort of understanding that you present to us. But I think it's tremendously powerful, and what you are doing is really cutting edge. And indeed, you're looking into cultural affordances as well, and that is, I think, an important new dimension. How to model it, it remains the challenge, and that will be something to watch you do.
Okay. So there's no question in the in the webcast. Any other question, or maybe maybe we can have a lunch now and have a longer lunch, and then have a forum discussion in the afternoon, much more with everybody. What do you think about that? We didn't had any breaks, so maybe it's best if we stop now. Okay, so everybody, so we will be back at 1:30. So it's Montreal time. So see you at 1:30. Thank you.
I have many. Okay.
Yes. Hi again. So thanks for the new person who came in. I just wanted to start the afternoon by underlining that 30 years ago, just hope I'm not going to cry. 30 years ago, at the Polytechnic of Montreal, there was a 14 woman who was murdered by someone. So I'm just going to read their name, just because it's important that we don't forget them. So, Geneviève Bergeron, Nathalie Croteau, Anne-Marie Édouard, Maryse Legagnère, Anne-Marie Lemay, Michel Richard, Annie Turcotte, Hélène Colgan, Barbara Daigneault, Maude Avernic, Maryse Leclerc, Sonia Pelletier, Annie Saint-Arnaud et Barbara Kluznik Vidajevics. Probablement, je l'ai mal prononcé. Donc, malheureusement, on a perdu ces femmes-là. Donc, je vais juste souligner ça aujourd'hui. Donc, on va poursuivre avec... we will continue with the workshop. So it's environmental and cognition. So I'm going to introduce Alberto on that note. Sorry. I really wanted to not cry, but sorry. So Alberto is Alberto Pérez Gomez is the Bronfman Professor of Architectural History at McGill University, where he has been teaching since 1987. He previously taught architecture in Europe and the United States and was director of the Carleton University School of Architecture. His research takes as its core the phenomenological and embodied experience of architecture and investigates its performative, sorry, I'm losing my glass, performative and narrative aspects. His books include Architecture and the Crisis of Modern Science in 1983, Polyphilo in 1992, Architectural Representation in the Perspective Inge with Louis Pelletier in 1997, Build Upon Love in 2006, and most recently, Attunement in 2016. So this one is on questions of atmosphere and also timely meditations. Sorry, it's just a collection of essays in 2 volumes. So here, welcome Mr. Pérez Gomez.
Et merci à tous pour être ici. Thank you for coming. It's a wonderful initiative to get us all together, the few of us that are interested in these topics here in Montreal, and of course with our distinguished guests from abroad. It's a few of us. As I was saying this morning, it's clearly a contested field, even for those in both sides of the equation, right? In cognitive science and neuroscience, and in architecture that are interested in this field. There are many debates because, of course, we don't understand consciousness. We don't know how it arises from our biology. It's the so-called big problem of neuroscience, and of course, there are different approaches to this issue. I mean, fundamentally, of course, this is there are like, you know, it's the question of brain-centered consciousness. Even though some of the colleagues that deal with this issue would grant that the organ itself, the brain, is incredibly complex. That in itself is a huge problem. But that's one side of the equation of consciousness, and then there is these other positions that have grown in the last few years decades, I should say, that understand that consciousness is more than just brain-centered. Those of us here in the room and since this morning, obviously we share much more this second position, an active cognition. But for those of you that are here out of curiosity, it's important to maybe point out this big difference, because of course on the side of the hard sciences, of those neuroscientists that believe that consciousness is brain-centered, is really the point of departure for a lot of issues like artificial intelligence, right? And it's so present in our lives, like in my view, the absurdity of self-driving cars, these kinds of things, that for some of us is completely transparent, the fallacy. It's obviously not transparent for the majority of the world. So it's really a complicated field, and of those of you that are new at this, you should be aware of it. So here, of course, we're on the side of an active cognition, and that's what I'll be talking about. And I'll get started right away. So, yes. Good. So, in that most recent book that Nathalie most kindly mentioned, Attunement, I tried to unpack the centrality of the concept of atmosphere for architectural meaning and its historical roots. And this, of course, has a big, I don't want to elaborate too much because I don't want to go too long, but there is a whole tradition now in Europe of philosophers, post-phenomenological philosophers that have actually worked on the problem of atmosphere, like Gernot Böhme, Torino Grifero in Italy, with a lot of students, and they are producing like enormous volumes of stuff about this question of atmosphere as aesthetic concept. And so that's a whole thing by itself. So in that book, I explained the relevance of our growing concern with attuned places at odds with the dominant concept of architecture as a geometric aesthetic object. I show the association of Stimmung, this unique German term implying both atmosphere and mood, with the traditional aims of architectural meaning since Vitruvius, and for that I will have to refer you to the book. I cannot develop that here. So that are encompassed by terms such as harmony and temperance, explaining how architecture had traditionally sought psychosomatic health, framing lived experience with order and stability congruent with local cultural values. In order to fully grasp the possibilities of Stimmung and its implementation nowadays, creating life-enhancing atmospheres responsive to human action and to place in the fullest sense as both cultural and natural context, a proper understanding of consciousness and perception beyond Cartesian misunderstandings is absolutely indispensable. Contrary to Aristotle, for whom mind and the living body were always united, since soul is the capacity of the organism to act in manifold ways, from vegetative nourishment, sentience, motion, to intellectual conceptualization, Descartes must be held responsible for imagining and promoting the separation of consciousness and life. In his second meditation, he goes as far as to doubt the very existence of the body's sentience. Indeed, he can even doubt about having a body, paradoxical as it may sound. The power of the imagination belongs to his thinking, and therefore, I quote, it seems to him that he sees or touches. This is really the beginning of artificial intelligence, by the way. That's why I take the time to do a little bit of history here, because we all know where we are going with this. We're going beyond dualism, right? And I apologize if I sound too patronizing and if you already know these things, but I always feel important for myself to to refresh my understanding of these issues. This, he concludes, cannot be false, regardless of the origins of the sensation in fact or delusion. But sensing, in this particular Cartesian way, is simply a mode of thinking. Yes? He's conflating one with the other. Intellectual attention with sensing. This really starts our problems. particularly in architecture. The Cartesian understanding of mind and perception first appeared in architectural theory towards the end of the 17th century in the writings of Claude Perrault. Perrault took for granted that architecture communicates its meanings to a disembodied mind, thoroughly bypassing the body with its complex feelings and emotions. He assumed perception to be passive and meaning to be merely the result of the association of concepts and images in the brain. Like Descartes, Perrault believed that human consciousness was enabled by the pineal gland at the back of the head, conceived as a geometric and monocular point of contact between the measurable, intelligible world, which he called res extensa, and the disembodied rational soul, which he called res cogitans. This consciousness was capable of perspectival visual perception, manifested as a picture composed with precise lines like a copper plate engraving. It assured the human capacity to grasp the immutable geometric and mathematical truth of the external world, closing the divide between the two, for him now heterogeneous, elements of reality, the substance that thinks and the extended substance. Thus, Perrault could question, for the first time in the history of architectural theory, the bodily experience of harmony applicable to all the senses in action, embedded in kinesthesia. This life-enhancing phenomenon had always been taken for granted since classical antiquity and constituted the primary quality to be observed in architectural design. For Perrault, sight and hearing were autonomous and segregated receptors, and therefore the inveterate experience of musical harmony expressed in architectural settings appeared to be a fallacy. Consequently, the quality of desire, venustas, which is the word that Vitruvius uses to qualify architectural meaning or beauty, the quality of venustas to be conveyed by the architectural object in order to generate harmonious, meaningful places, was substituted by abstract aesthetic composition, producing a dispassionate beauty through the able manipulation of exclusively visual, instrumentalized rules of proportion. Buildings, furthermore, acquire meanings by virtue of their mere existence, and these are easily identified with information, salient when it is communicated by novel and unusual forms, so that little else seems to matter, leading to a significant disregard for more primary sensory meanings offered to a fully embodied consciousness by their materiality. While Cartesian epistemology eventually became dominant in European culture, the issue of feeling, or in French, sentiment, as a crucial dimension of artistic expression could not be easily dismissed. Writers on art, like the celebrated Abbé Jean-Baptiste Dubois in the 18th century, started to argue that artistic judgment pertained to feelings perceived by a sixth sense. Yet, during that century, the Enlightenment, aesthetic feelings or taste could easily become reasonable rules. Convertibility was argued often, facilitated by Descartes' epistemology, and supposedly generated inductively in emulation of rational nature. French philosopher Marie-François Pierre Maindebirán, however, did start to recognize the limitations of Descartes' epistemology and try to grasp the source of the personal I in a feeling of existence rather than a thinking cogito. And for Maindebirán, this meant, I quote, the bodily experience of exercising effort in movement. And so this is really the roots of an active theory, very long time ago. This concept was taken up and developed in the writings of Romantic philosophers such as Schelling and Novalis, and became a precursor of the late 19th century American pragmatism of William James and John Dewey, and of the early and mid-20th century phenomenology of Edmund Husserl and Maurice Merleau-Ponty. It does lay at the root of later developments in American philosophy, like the contemporary work of Mark Johnson, of contemporary American and European existential phenomenologists, and also, and this is where it comes to where we are now in this conference, to the recent revolution in the cognitive sciences that has reconciled this discipline with the previously mentioned philosophical positions, particularly in my readings in the works of Ivan Thompson and Alva Noe. So I'm just doing this to trace its genealogy, yes, because this is new, but it's not new, because it's really a problem that has been with us for a long time. And I also want to convey to you that it's only recent architecture that has this kind of blindness that comes from participating in these transformations in culture that were ushered in by Descartes, right? Prior architecture didn't have that. So we can learn a lot from history. That's the other, of course, corollary of this. While the differences among all these positions are complex, they are united by a fundamental questioning of Cartesian dualism and by a comprehension of the deep continuities between mind and life, something that was also pointed out this morning, yes? Very important, yes? There is mind is a condition that is inherent in life, from the bacterium to us, right? And that is a big issue for many, of course, dogmatic religious people. A recent approach in cognitive science, dating from the 1990s and known as embodied dynamicism, called into question the conception of cognition as a disembodied and abstract mental representation, questioning, of course, computer models of the brain, which is, of course, one of the other things that is very much like a commonplace today, but is false, questioning computer models of the brain, and proposing that the mind and the world are simply not separate and independent of each other, nor is the mind merely a neural network in the head. Rather, as my colleagues have said this morning, the mind is an embodied dynamic system in the world. And please, I apologize for the redundancies, but this is what we do, right? In a way, we are in a minority, so we keep on repeating these important foundations. For Francisco Varela, Ivan Thompson, who you probably know is Canadian and now working in British Columbia, and the philosopher Eleanor Rauch, an American, who coined the term neurophenomenology in the embodied mind in 1991, cognition is the exercise of skillful know-how in embodied and emplaced or situated action. In other words, the perceiver, subject, the perception, invariably both affective and cognitive, and the thing perceived, you could say the object, could never be said to exist categorically, independently, one from the other. They are always codependent and co-emergent. This is, of course, again, a tricky problem, because it's very easy to imagine that the objective world is always there, stays put when we die, right? Others die, we stay behind. It's one of the. So I'm just saying this like tongue-in-cheek because it's a high-stakes proposition, and it's a proposition that actually goes back to the 5th century BC in Buddhism. It's kind of a tradition of the understanding of mind in Hinduism and Buddhism is very similar to this. So, just to put you on it's high stakes. I can say it easily here, but it can certainly be debated. I would be prepared to debate this position, but it's not easy. In the same book, they introduce the concept of cognition as an action, linking, as we heard, biological autopoiesis, the idea that this condition of living beings as autonomous agents that actively generate and maintain themselves, with the emergence of cognitive domains. In this view, the nervous system of any living being does not process information like a computer, rather it creates meaning, i.e., the perception of purpose in life, biologically, right? It's something interesting for, when we think about these questions philosophically. Whose articulation becomes more sophisticated with the acquisition of language in higher animals, culminating in humanity's symbolic communication. Indeed, in the human world, the relationship of purposeful action to biological imperatives, such as primary homeostasis, which means basically, this forever seeking the conditions that perpetuate life, is always opaque, since human actions are part of complex symbolic economies. Yeah, so that we know that very well. Right? We don't eat to live. Many of us live to eat, right? Yes, I mean, or many of the other vices that we have as humans. The life world in this model is not a pre-specified external realm represented objectively by the brain, but a relational domain enacted by a being's particular mode of coupling with the environment, beyond distinctions between nature and culture, and one in which cities and architecture play a prominent role. So, let me emphasize the obvious. Architecture is part of the life world, not some objective material nature. For humans, the life world is linguistic and symbolic, a setting of perceived situation work beyond the perception action of most animals and life in general. If only for this reason, the questions of architectural meaning and relevance can never be reduced to concepts such as sustainability, physical or psychological comfort, and optimization. And that's one of the problems, of course, that I have with a lot of colleagues in the cognitive sciences that are interested in these problems in the environment, because usually the presumption is that we have to simply expect optimization, right? And that makes me very nervous, because that's not, we are humans. The question is meaning. Embodied experience in this approach is not a secondary issue, as it was after Descartes, but becomes central to the understanding of the mind itself. It thus requires careful examination in the manner that is set out by this neurophenomenology. Being in the world is thus beyond any subject-object dichotomy. It is neither first-personal, subjective, nor third-personal, objective. It is an existential structure that remains prior to all abstractions. Thus, neurophenomenology, as was also said this morning, calls upon both first and third-person narratives to fully grasp the mind. In his 1907 lectures, that for me, actually, I have to confess, were a surprise. Edmund Husserl, I'm talking about Edmund Husserl, has been very misunderstood, because a lot of these later lectures and papers were never translated, were kept in some archives in Louvain, and they're only relatively recently come to light. And we now know that Husserl really spoke much more about the body than we suspected, so that Merleau-Ponty didn't really turn Husserl on his head, but it's more like a continuation. Anyhow, that was, I have to confess, over many years of thinking about phenomenology, and this has been a surprise for me. But already in 1907, Husserl recognized that every visual or tactile perception was accompanied and intrinsically linked to the sensing of one's body movements. So that, for example, in watching a train go by, the train is given in conjunction with my sensing of head and eye movements. This has been described, through technical terms in neuroscience, of course, now. Husserl believed that kinesthesis was therefore a constitutive condition of ordinary perception. And this became a central point of departure for Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology of perception. In this, his seminal thesis, because Merleau-Ponty wrote other things, of course, he rejected the explanations of associationism and behavioral psychology and the idea of perception as the mere sum of stimuli conveyed by independent senses, simply communicating data to a brain where a synthesis of some kind might take place. This was, of course, the old Cartesian model, more or less. Perception is not the latter stage of sensation, the later stage of sensation, with the sensory receptors as the starting point of any analysis. Rather, both perception and emotion are dependent aspects of intentional action, our engaged bodily, sensory motor knowing of the world. Merleau-Ponty argued for the primacy of embodied perception at the roots of being and understanding, grounding other modalities of intellectual cognition, following Husserl's explanation of the limitations of hypothetical thought. For example, we first know through our sensory motor awareness that the earth does not move. This is a primary certainty for our bodies that only secondly enables humans to construct an endless number of scientific or mythical explanations of the universe that may be more or less credible as we prove them through instrumental means. But the first phenomenological truth is a precondition for all others, expressed every day when we speak of the rising or the setting sun, for instance, right? Every language speaks of the rising and the setting sun, and model our lives and our architecture according to their rhythms and enabling metaphors. So it's not because we know better, because after Copernicus we know better that the earth moves, that we can discount this primary moment of understanding. The ideas developed by Husserl and Merleau-Ponty continue to be developed today. Alva Noe, in 2009, lucidly explained the enactive understanding of perception and cognition, emphasizing particularly that in order to understand consciousness in humans and animals, we must look not inward, but rather to the ways in which a whole animal goes on living in and responds to their world. Consciousness is always of something. It is always of things other than itself. Consciousness is not merely contained in the brain, bounded by the skull. This absence of limits has to do with complexity, the distributed nature of mental processes, and the involvement of the body in consciousness. Recent findings in neuroplasticity support the idea that the concept of brain functional centers is tantamount to simplistic scientific reductionism. The brain does not live inside the head, even though that is its formal habitat. It reaches out to the body, and the body reaches out to the world. We can say that the brain ends at the spinal cord, and that the spinal cord ends at the peripheral nerves. But as stated by neurologist Frank Wilson in 1999, brain is hand and hand is brain, and their interdependence includes everything else, right down to the quarks. So this is all, elaboration of some of the concepts that were already familiar from this morning. It is precisely due to the extended nature of consciousness that architecture cannot be simply mimetic of animal shelters, however clever, functional, or rational they may appear to be. Since the environment and the mind, human or animal, are deeply entwined, and specific bodily morphologies and environments shape their respective minds, there is a radical limitation to our objectification of animal worlds in the direction of biomimetism, which is very hot in architecture, for instance. Human architecture cannot be assumed as simply driven by material or hedonistic factors associated to psychotropic processes, and our human biological homeostasis necessarily involves cultural issues, as I suggested, like our culturally framed sexuality, and indeed our awareness and openness to death. If, as Husserl, Merleau-Ponty, and recent cognitive scientists suggest, perception is something we do, not something that appears to us, like other autonomous internal physiological processes such as digestion, it is obvious that our intellectual and motor skills are fundamental to cognition. By the same token, the external world, the city, and architecture truly matters. All living organisms are not only reactive, but also proactive in both perception and action. Their environments are particular, not objective. There is circularity in all organisms' relationship with their environments. Our behavior is both affected by the environment and affects the environment. We could therefore not merely give up our intersubjective, emotionally charged spaces of communication, the necessarily bittersweet space of mortal human desire for the comfortable psychotropic visual space behind our computer screens, as some might think naively, without also giving up a fundamental dimension of our human consciousness. Neither do we relate to our symbolic environment as if it were a text in need of interpretation to be conveyed to the brain as information. Interpretation comes after we have the world in hand. So as you can imagine, I have some problem with our first speaker this morning. You know, anyhow, he's not here, so it's absurd to even say that, but it's a very different position. Thus, architecture affects us along the full range of awareness, from pre-reflective habits to reflective wonder. There was some questions also raised this morning. Being in a shared social context, our subjectivity is intersubjective. We are, so to speak, in the game, like we might participate in a hockey match, depending primarily upon pre-reflective, non-representational motor skills for our perceptions and actions. Each maneuver undertaken by the player modifies the perceived character of the field. Human consciousness, understood as action in this playing field, is by definition a skillful attunement to the environment. For humans, the playing field is symbolic, the architecture of the city, framing focal actions and habits, enabling some and curtailing others, setting limits, and thus making possible human freedom. It does not appear primarily as an object. It becomes present as the practical end of the inhabitants' intentions. This complex entanglement is a primary reason why the issue for architecture will always be meaning and not the mere optimization of pleasurable sensations. Ivan Thompson clearly explains how reflective self-awareness is not the only kind of self-awareness. This is a crucial point to understand the nature of architectural meaning. Experience also comprises a pre-reflective self-awareness that is not unconscious and it's not representational. One also present in dreams and even in deep sleep. And this is the wisdom of some very ancient theories of mind, by the way. Neurobiological evidence now vindicates this position, though Thompson's conclusions are contested. Indeed, it has now become evident that the present temporality inhabited by the conscious living body is not merely a non-existing point between the past and the future, but a looped network of immediate and mediate memories and projections. Thus, significantly, present experience includes the pre-reflective bodily self-consciousness profoundly affected by the environment, including architecture, that may be passive, involuntary, and intransitive, that is to say, not object-directed. It is thus possible to affirm with Merleau-Ponty and Thompson that this sort of pre-reflective self-awareness animates skillful coping. At a primary level, our acting body knows. This is a body inhabited by motility and desire, the motion of life itself, the body whose foundational knowledge becomes stabilized through habits. But this is real knowledge. You know, Aristotle, I love Aristotle because he's very boring, but he's very clever. He says there's three kinds of knowledge that they are distinct, but they are always present and collaborating. And one, he took technical knowledge, which is the techne is art in Greek. The knowledge of the craftsman is really this knowledge of the body, which is foundational for all other kinds of knowledge. Right? It's a real knowledge. We don't normally grant this status, But this is what I'm trying to say here. So it's a real wisdom, this acting body that already knows so much about the world, and that more than anything else, we share with others in a similar environment. Yes, all of our bodies know this room. We can negotiate this room without paying much attention to the room. Like probably most of you know how to drive a car, and you could drive my car and I could drive yours immediately without paying much attention to what I'm doing. I mean, I know how to drive. It's a skill, right? And so I think at that level, it's something that is very hard for us to grasp, because we always understand knowledge as something intellectual, like what we memorize. But this is, I think, an important realization of this position. So this knowledge in societies becomes stabilized through habits, like the habit of driving a car. Habits entail far greater personal agency than conditioned reflexes for animals, for example, as understood by behaviorism. And yet they are habitual actions, they have stability, and thus challenge any over-intellectualized conception of the agent rooted in propositional mental acts, right? So you act without really having to represent yourself acting. Understand? This is very important. And the majority of your life happens in this way. And without that kind of knowledge, you don't know anything. So I think to me, this is important. For architecture, it's very important because architecture frames actions, right? It's not just about, look at the beautiful detail of the Shaughnessy House, right? It frames what we're doing here. It enables this condition, better or worse. So, this pre-reflective body is fundamentally our sexual body, closest to our animal reality, and also arguably to our sense of the sacred. Some people have said that. I really believe it. Our body recognizes its location in our surroundings without paying attention through motor intentionality. This is the body capable of unspeakable athletic feats when threatened, and the body that knows another person or a place long before exchanging a word with a stranger or reading a travel guide. It is also the body in action housed by architecture, not primarily a subject that contemplates it as an aesthetic object. So indeed, I think this observation has enormous consequences for our understanding of how architecture communicates, at variance with much which is taken for granted since the 19th century, including the understanding of temporal experience as promenade architecturale, which is merely an aspect of a more complex and encompassing architectural, situational spatiotemporality. I'll elaborate a little bit about this. Yes, because we usually think of architecture in terms of space, but time is always involved. Time in this sense of temporality, lived temporality. The most significant architecture is not necessarily photogenic. That's why I don't show too much. Its meanings are conveyed through sound and eloquent silence, the tactility and poetic resonance of materials, smell and the sense of humidity, among infinite other factors that appear through the motility of embodied perception and are given across the senses. Furthermore, because good architecture fundamentally offers a possibility of attunement, atmospheres appropriate to focal actions that allow for dwelling in the world, it is very problematic to reduce its effect and critical import to the aesthetic experience of an object, as it is often customary. Strictly speaking, architecture first conveys its meaning as a situation or event. Yes? It partakes of the ephemeral quality of music, for example, as it addresses the living body, and only secondly does it become an object for tourist visits or expert critical judgments. Indeed, a better understanding of embodied cognition leads us to question the commonly accepted idea that visual perception is like a picture. We know today that sight is not simply a representation in the brain. Sight is integrated with the other senses in order for us to make sense of our experience of the world. This is what Merleau-Ponty demonstrates in Phenomenology of Perception. I quote, "The senses translate each other without any need of an interpreter. They are mutually comprehensible without the intervention of any idea." Vision is all important, yet our experience is not picture-like. The optical image, this is particularly important, I think, in architecture, is fragile at best. This was presumed for centuries in the call for optical correction that I show in the screen there in traditional architectural theories, acknowledging the limitations of human vision in order to enable the lived, tactile experience of a well-adjusted and harmonious environment. You know, and it's very interesting because it's like anti-perspectival. It's the idea that the architect has to have the wisdom to change the proportions in relation to a program and a site to make the experience, the full experience, harmonious, rather than you know, depend purely on vision. Merleau-Ponty and Alban Noé used the well-known experiments that many of you know with inverting glasses to prove the precariousness of the retinal image. Furthermore, because of course I won't tell you the whole story, but the short of it is that, you know, first we feel very disoriented because, you know, the image is inverted and everything is upside down. But in time, it changes. It depends on the context and so on. But in not such a long time, everything comes back to normal. So that basically the argument is that the tactile, embodied experience is far more dominant than the visual. It's important for those of us that believe that vision is so, you know, is like the ultimate evidence of truth, right? It's the tactility that actually takes over. Or like Merleau-Ponty says, I think a little bit tongue-in-cheek, you know, when you go to the movies and you don't want to see something like a scene of horror, you just close your eyes and you know it's not real, right? It shows that you know, what really matters. Furthermore, it can be argued that there are in fact no retinal pictures per se. The image at the back of the eye is incredibly imprecise. Thus, seeing itself is not pictorial. Its high definition quality, which we seem to have access to, is a result of our primary motor and sensory skills. The fact that we know in our embodied experience that the world is solid, because the image that we get literally is pixelated, vague, like here we don't see much. It's very odd. Huh? There is a real disconnect between the actual image in the back of the retina and our experience of visuality. Something that fascinated Kepler, because Kepler understood the mechanism, but acknowledged that this never explained what we see, he said. We forget that, right? Because Kepler, of course, the first scientist to think of the eye as a kind of camera obscura. One may recognize the building in the picture or the drawing. It shows up, but it is obviously not present in the same way as the building might be in real embodied experience. The building is present as absent in the representation. As Thompson put it, we visualize an object or a scene by mentally enacting or entertaining a possible perceptual experience of that scene. This is a very interesting remark that I will discuss a little bit further, so that discursive language plays a crucial role in the generation of mental images. Again, crucial issue for architects, because in architecture we always think pictorially. We always forget that language plays a fundamental role. So I'll come back to that. That's a big one when it comes to this question of what we learn from this conversation through neuroscience and phenomenology. So this is, of course, a major issue when it comes to questions of architectural representation in design, dependent as it often is on the assumption of the identity between represented visual form and space in a computer model, for example, and the experienced reality in buildings. It's particularly today, the way that architects design with software tools there is a big fallacy, right? Because it's always the assumption that this is that, and it's certainly not. So that's another whole lecture, of course, but it's very important. Given that temporality and spatiality are intertwined in our primary embodied cognition of place, right? So that the concepts that we easily dissociate really come from the sciences, space and time. In experience, it's far more difficult, right? That's why, again, this morning, dissociating time and space in these considerations of how we relate to the city is very problematic, because in experience, the primary condition is that they are intertwined. Grasping, therefore, the true nature of time consciousness for a living body is crucial. This is a complex problem that I can only sketch here. William James suggested with a beautiful metaphor, you know what this is all about. He wrote, "The practically cognized present is not the edge of a knife, but rather operates like a block, a temporal expanse, like a bow and a stern." It's nice because it's a hard concept, and to use a metaphor helps. Edmund Husserl explained how time consciousness has a threefold structure, including primal impression, he called it, protension, looking forward, and retention, looking back. These work together and cannot operate on their own. Their unified operation underlies our experience of the present moment as having a temporal width. Yes, this is one of the, again, very important things we learn from this conversation for architecture. Because in architecture, we think of temporality as a kind of linear sequence, like the way you visit the building, which becomes the way that the École des Beaux-Arts selected the winners of the Prix de Rome, right? From the 19th century, this became, or now, a flyby through with a computer, right? Like this is the experience of the building, and it's temporalizing the experience, and it really is a falsification of the problem. You understand? Because in the primary moment of architectural meaning is really this intertwined condition of temporality and spatiality. So, time consciousness, this threefold structure that Husserl calls temporal width. According to Thompson, Husserl's description of the absolute flow or standing streaming of the living present corresponds precisely to pre-reflective self-awareness, which, as we have noted, is anything but unconscious. And this is, of course, an argument now vindicated by neuroscientists interested in the temporal dynamic of consciousness. Another way to grasp, another way to understand, the argument is that the present is not a non-existing point, right? This is the fallacy of deconstruction and Derrida, the idea of difference. By the way, those of you that know philosophy, that's why the construction is problematic, and to me, of course, it's at odds with this stuff. Derrida was convinced. It, of course, comes from the commonplace of contemporary culture and from Cartesianism, that the present didn't exist. Like, I throw it back to you, right? Does the present exist? What is the nature of the present? And this conversation of the nature of lived temporality is crucial to understand, to get at these questions of architectural meaning, because it's really always fuzzy. You always reduce it to this kind of an aesthetic experience. So, the standing streaming of the living present corresponds to the reflective self-awareness, this pre-reflective consciousness that we have described, an argument that is now vindicated by many neuroscientists. In the living experience of architecture, while working or engaged in focal actions, Place is first given in this mode. The contents of the present moment arise and perish at different rates, depending on the nature of things. Some have more permanence, while others are inherently ephemeral. Buildings themselves are relatively permanent objects, stabilizing cultural memories. They can be judged through rational and even scientific criteria. The proper primary temporality of architectural atmospheres, however, is not of this order. Rather, it is effectively kindred to music, addressing the primary pre-reflective and engaged bodily consciousness, framing actions, like in all times rituals or work, articulated in what we call in architecture a program. And in order to do it properly today, I would argue it would have to be a narrative program. It is important to clarify how this differs. I have already said this, but let me read it. From the temporality assumed by modern aesthetics, starting in the 18th century, when architecture became more firmly associated with the fine arts. Buildings became objects to be experienced out of time as dispassionate, beautiful compositions, or at best in the linear time of voyeuristic criticism or tourism, as keenly reported by visitors to ancient ruins during the 1700s. Experience became identified with aesthetic judgment, connecting to emotions as mental associations, but effectively bypassing the kinesthetic bodily senses and explaining its effects through Cartesian psychology. So today we have, of course, these flybys in computer-generated presentations, but also the misplaced claims of dynamic and flowing experiments in parametric design that freeze a frame from an algorithmically generated changing form. This is merely a representation of time that does not acknowledge the true nature of the living present as described above. In view of this, we can speculate that architectural meaning offered to our presence unfolds in what I would call two different temporalities. One pertaining to the building as object, obviously imbued with relative permanence, and the other the temporality of the event, more elusive, yet primary. From form embodied in the materials composing buildings matters immensely in architecture. It matters at the level of representation, as it becomes memory and contributes a poetic image. And I have explained that also. I have dealt with that in other writings, like Built Upon Love, this question of the poetic image, which is really what we notice in architecture, like the question that Isabel was asking, in the Salk Institute or in the Sumter projects. That are so moving, right? So this is, of course, crucially important. While contributing to the configuration of atmospheres for focal actions, however, form matters in a different, arguably more fundamental way. It creates a stage whose properties, available to the inhabitants, both limit and make possible their actions and habits. While these communicative functions of architecture have been traditionally integrated, the reflection offered here, I think, becomes particularly relevant in our times of divided representation, where symbolic representations of world are simply unattainable for a fragmented cosmopolitan society. Elaborating on Husserl's understanding of lived temporality, an active cognitive science has identified the importance of emotions in relation to protension. This condition of the living present, which is future-oriented, protension, right? Emotions in relation to protension. Protension is manifested as desire, always unfulfilled in the living present. And we are always desireful until we die, right? It's part of our human condition. A lived world without affective valence, one merely comfortable, mute, neutral, or sedated, and this concerns particularly the so-called intelligent urban environments and architecture, often presumed as optimal for 21st century humanity, would significantly curtail a sense of purpose in human action. Affection as the allure or pull of architecture does not refer to a causal stimulus-response relation, but to an intentional relation of motivation that must account for cultural habits. To repeat, the role of architecture is not optimization or problem solving, but more properly to reveal the space of desire, venustas. And you see, this is to me is an important consideration because this business of our interest at the crossing of architecture and cognitive science can really go in these completely opposite directions, right? A lot of the people that are interested in the same things are actually asking about optimization and about artificial intelligence. I experience it in every conference I attend. There's always someone that asks a question in that direction. That's what they expect to hear when they come to these events, right? So it's a tricky one. As I have suggested, individual subjectivity is from the outset intersubjectivity as a result of the communally handed down norms, conventions, symbolic artifacts, and cultural traditions in which an individual is already embedded. While emerging from the world of perception, linguistic, polysemic symbols, also termed natural language, meaning the languages we speak, English, French, Spanish, not computer or algorithmic languages, which are antithetical to this, create a break with sensory motor representations. Yes, this is the first situation, the first effect of our gift of language, yes, which differentiates us from animals, other animals, is this break with sensory motor representations. This is the world of architectural communication, the real context of architectural endeavors, one that cannot be understood as being neatly divided into culture and nature, and presuming its objectivity for scientific analysis. Human mentality arises from developmental processes of enculturation beyond the dichotomy of nature versus nurture. Sensorimotor knowledge stabilizes primarily as habits. Habits eventually result in stable gestalts, mostly acquired flexible skills and competences, established yet always open to change. Habit is a trace left by actions. Present actions are shaped by habits because previous actions have given rise to habits. Such actions are never deterministic, but always situated in place and motivated by purpose and meaning. As Alva Noe puts it, without habit, there is no calculation, no speech, no thought, no recognition, no game playing. Noah suggests that we could think of the city, paraphrasing Goethe, of course, as frozen habits. Habits are neither intellectual knowledge nor involuntary action. They are knowledge that is forthcoming through the body's motricity and effort. The comprehensibility of architecture depends on acknowledging habits and framing them in new settings with appropriate atmospheres that may reveal limits and remain open to the ineffable. Yes, I think this is the issue, right? Sometimes the question of affordance seems to open licenses that are not grounded in habit. Like, for example, I would argue that the habitual would not be to use the round build, the round hole that you show in the way that the dancer or the acrobat does it, right? So the architect really has to, that is part of the issue, right? To what extent are you opening a meaning, significance, by changing this condition? And I would argue sometimes it works very well, like in the case of the computer terminal. Yes. In some others, not. So I think this question of habit really, evokes the importance of historical grounding. It's something like Gadamer puts it very simply. He says, a significant work of art, regardless of where it happens or how it's incarnated, is when we are moved by something new that is also familiar. the familiarity is crucial as the opening. Yes, and so I think that I think the concept of habit probably, well, tries to do justice to this question. Rather than seeking some unattainable radical novelty, good architecture might thus offer humanity authentic, situated freedom. Just like the lived, emotionally charged environment cannot be reduced to parameters, there is no way that one individual, architect or planner, can actually subsume culture. This is a crucial aspect of our contemporary architectural crisis that has been brilliantly explained by Dalibor Vesely. There are real limitations to the concept of the architect as creator, imagining that his or her formal talent and skills may compensate for the flatness of our technological world. When habits sediment into environments, they convey negative or hostile emotions. However, what is the architect to do? I'm sorry, when habits sediment into environments that convey negative or hostile emotions, what is the architect to do? It is not enough to seek more comfortable or behaviorally adequate environments. With a clear understanding of the stakes, the architect must act seeking instead culturally specific poetic images, perhaps taking clues from expressive moments in relevant art and literature, accepting the experimental nature of formal search, and perhaps even shock, indeed, and defamiliarization. And yet again, this cannot amount to a mere search for novelty. A consideration of viable tools of representation for an architect to create appropriate moods and atmospheres is crucial to this concern. So I think one of the problems is, again, that we have this tendency to work in a purely pictorial way. So a key, in my view, to deal with these complexities is is narrative language, the language of fiction, which is the potential of architecture. The reflective subject emerges from the pre-reflective realm. It is a function of speech, of natural language. Emergent speech, of the languages we speak, breaks the silence of the perceptual world and spreads further layers of significance over it. It brings the subject into relationship with itself. Speech cannot be planned without speaking. It is originally a pre-reflective act that brings the subject and object of speech, the speaking subject, into being. Languages understood this way, and I think it's very good to think about it this way, are in fact gestural habits, the debris or sediments of the past communicative acts of a community stored within the corporeal schemas of the contemporary population. Language embodies the shared practical sense of a society. It gives durable form to habits of perception, conception, and reflection that have formed within the group. Yet, speech is also the medium of reflective thought. Natural language is thus the appropriate way to negotiate enactive knowledge towards further action. It is therefore indispensable to drive the architectural project. This would need a lot more unpacking, but this is part of my position. Because in the end, what do I do as an architect or a teacher in architecture with all these concerns? This has been my conclusion, and it's actually historically grounded. I'll tell you a little bit about it. Speech and orality are primary. This is language understood in a sense very different from that of conventional post-structuralist linguistics, like, say, or Chomsky, for instance. It is rather the emerging breath, the air, that breaks the silence of the perceptual world and is capable of first giving shape to an atmosphere, spreading a further layer of significance over the world of perception. It is language, as actually Vitruvius evoked it in this first text that we have in our tradition of architectural theory, as primary expression at the dawn of culture, emerging at the origins of architecture, in that momentous occasion when humans, brought together by the need to keep a fire going, says Vitruvius, first assembled and spoke, contemplated the heavens, imitated its regularity, and then built their first dwellings, It's, it's very beautiful description of the origins of architecture. Emerging language brings a subject into relationship with itself through an articulated story, which is alive, lived. It allows for the recognition of the ethical self that finds herself as invariable and distinct every morning after about the age of 4, despite the constant mutations in an individual's lived experience. It enables the me that is constructed in the web of narrative discourse and imaginative representation, and which is distinct from the I that embodies and repeats its history in the form of habits. This is the language that enables one to negotiate an active knowledge towards further action. The language of history providing ethical orientation for action, and the language of the architectural program properly understood as a fictional projection of potential human life. The language of promises, such as architecture. It's interesting for me, I'm almost finished, but just to mention some, it's a historical issue here, but language became very important in architectural, this linguistic analogy became very important in architectural practice and theory in the 18th century, precisely after Perrault questioned the kind of relationship between architecture and the cosmos, the old model of microcosm relationship, right? Language is called character theory, théorie du caractère in French theory. Mostly French, actually. But curiously, it falls out of the picture completely in the beginning of the 19th century, when technology becomes internalized as the procedure that is legitimate in architectural design. I won't give you more details. This is really what happens with Durand. But to me, it's fascinating that historically, architects, ever since the beginning of the 18th century, have completely put away the possibilities of narrative language as a tool for imagining, as a tool for designing. It becomes purely pictorial, either technical or formalistic, but purely pictorial. So I think there is something there in this realization that is really fundamental. There are now a few colleagues around the world working on literary methods in architectural design, that could be very fruitful. We don't know yet, but I think this is something that is worth exploring. Anyhow, so in avoiding natural language as a fundamental component of the design processes, modernist practices, from early functionalism to contemporary design through algorithms, I believe are doomed to failure. Indeed, if Giorgio Agamben is correct, the aim of architecture, attuned atmospheres or Stimmung, lies precisely at the point of articulation between embodiment in the form of habits and language, which brings them to awareness and reveals their full affective and cognitive value. I think that's the way that I would go with this reflection as an architect. Thank you very much.
So yeah, it's very interesting, your work. Maybe I have before inviting Pierre running the discussion, I may have. I would like to say, how would you imagine, like, I mean, if you are an architect and you are designing something, well, it's always a team of architects. I mean, a team to conceptualize something, usually. So hearing you, I'm just thinking like how that would be really great. I mean, of course, it's much more important to design atmosphere and ambiance from my point of view than focusing on all the form and everything. So I think it would be great that from now on, architects were attaching to their program like the story of the building, just to give a mood of the to create. I don't know if it makes sense, but it's just the way that. You know, when you are creating, you are a designer and you want to create something, you create an experience, right? The first thing that you want to do is creating an experience. So it just makes sense to, you know, every design should attach like a story of what would be that experience. Yeah, in that kind. But how practically, in fact, how practically you would suggest. Sorry. How would you suggest practically that this can happen? You know, narrative architecture, and what you would be the.
Yeah, I discussed some initial options in my book, but it's only the beginning. I think it can be, you know, I think this question of the importance of language in the construction of appropriate atmospheres can have many, you know, there are many aspects to this. One fundamental one is ethical, like what we do has to be grounded on what we have been as humans, right? So and history basically lives through narrative. So that's one aspect. The other aspect would be very simply the understanding of the program as a promise, so that you can actually imagine, indeed in words, the possibility of a better life for others. But it's about life. It's about healthy life, right? It's about conditions that are emotionally productive for the action that you are trying to frame. So those are like two of. But language, operates in many aspects of the design process if we let it operate. Paul Ricoeur has this. Paul Ricoeur, actually himself, he wrote a little essay on narrative and architecture. A short piece, but he uses the three categories: configuration, prefiguration, and refiguration that apply to literary work. To try to think through as categories that might apply to architecture. So, for example, when we think about the value of our work, when we put it out there, we don't know what will happen to it. But we can, if we act as readers of the work, right? Like you refigure, when you read a book, you are making a kind of refiguration of it through language. You can, to some degree, be more aware of the possibilities that the building will provide to others once it's out there, because you know with anything we do in life, you put it out there, it's the others that decide, right? Yes. Like, you know, who would have thought that this bourgeois house would have become a place for conferences, right?
But that's why I was.
These conditions are, you know, the linguistic dimension also makes it much more productive much more possible to be able to relate to the culture for whom one is designing. Because in this global world, architects tend to have practices here and things land in Saudi Arabia. And so the possibility of actually engaging in a dialogue and a real conversation with the culture is always narrative. If you just send the picture down to Saudi Arabia, you know,
to explain.
It's, So anyhow, that's just some aspects of, but there are many aspects. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Now I'm inviting Pierre Poirier to run the discussion for us, and I will be there if someone has a question. We will take questions also
Well, as you know, Nathalie sent me your paper beforehand.
Yes.
And I truly enjoyed it. It's a wonderful paper,
very
I
much.
think.
Thank you.
And she asked me to write some questions.
Yes.
And I think she sent them to you.
She sent them to
okay.
me, so I'm not completely cold.
Yeah, exactly. But since the talk is fresh and my questions are written, so but the talk is fresh in the audience's mind, so I think I'll just open the floor first. Plus, and the questions won't be biased by my take on them, on your paper. So I'll just open the floor first and ask my question at the end.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So, questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your talk. According to you, what currently in architectural education should be changed in order to promote, to convey such kind of sensitive architecture?
A lot. It's a huge question. I don't even know where to begin. I have written about architectural education. I have a little essay. I can send it to you by PDF if you want. But many things, I think we don't teach history properly, for example, so that history has a bad name now. Nobody cares, seems not to care. And I think there is more connection between what we're talking about today and history than anybody probably imagines in this room. Or generally, there are some exceptions. But it's, there seems to be a disconnect, and there's a profound connection. And I think understanding how it works through history really orients what we can do with this knowledge here and now. Because it's not just about, like applying the cognitive science, right? It's really, this wouldn't be the way. But many things, the design studio tends to be a simulation of the practice. I think that's wrong. I think since we have since the 19th century we have an education of the idea that architects get educated in a university context or in a context of a school. It's something new, because in the previous centuries, basically the architect was apprenticed, because what really mattered in this model, in this thinking about architecture, is you could read a couple of books, 3 or 4 treatises, but ultimately what really mattered is your bodily wisdom, right? Your knowledge of the craft, and we don't have that. Ever since the 19th century, we malign the craft. We think that we can dictate how things are built rather than valorize this bodily knowledge that is connected to craft knowledge. So that's one important, that would be complete change in architectural education. I tried it when I was director many years ago in Carleton, like valorize these things. I mean, put it very simply, it's like you learn through making. It's not the idea that you start a design project by knowing already where you are going. It's a completely different model. You have to write properly the design exercises to be able to celebrate this uncertainty that leads people to trust, to learn with their hands, to discover, to say, and once you get into it, you realize that you make things that you don't even know you were capable of doing. It's unbelievable. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I've seen it with my students. But it becomes rare, even more rare, because people are so obsessed with the computer. It's really a predictive device, and so you defeat this gift that we have as humans to make things poetically with our hands, as Giambattista Vico would say. Vico said, God creates things directly by naming them. This is like the way the computer does it, one-to-one. But humans create opaquely through a kind of, through their embodiment. Is this knowledge of the craftsman, of the artist. We don't valorize that. We don't believe in it. It's incredibly difficult to get a student to actually engage in this. It was difficult in the 1980s, but now I find it really impossible in McGill now. Impossible. Tell a student to sketch or to go to the shop and work with their hands. What for?
And
so it's a huge story. I don't want to, we will never finish.
It's just because we have this morning the example of Tadao Ando, and when we read Tadao Ando, he says that when he makes architecture with his body, and this is the first thing that is important for him. So that is for me so different from what I'm hearing from what is being done in architecture education.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Of course. It's all geometries, it's top down. It's very problematic.
I too had the privilege of reading the paper, and what a wonderful exploration. I wish it for all of the rest of you, because it is such an extraordinary summing up of a whole other understanding of architecture than we are training architects to appropriate in schools. And I had just one small question, which is also maybe a big one. You use the word meaning at a number of points in your essay, and I, was raised in structuralist theory, and for me, meaning is an effect of difference, okay? Pin and bin, the only reason those words are different is because of the differential element there. And so meaning is relational, meaning is an effect of difference. When you use meaning,
phenomenologically, yes.
Yeah, but you mean it. Okay?
I mean it.
Okay? I mean this by this word, okay? And it's therefore words have purposes, okay? And words have a presence, okay, which enable me to understand what you mean by a narrative architecture, because there's a kind of teleology to words. But again, it's the idea that I mean this by this word. And so there's an element of intentionality. Structuralism evacuated intentionality.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
There was, and you are just a voice that is, articulating a scheme that exists ahead of time. Your idea of meaning, where you mean it, is something that was very refreshing. And it's not the idea, but in a way, okay, Derrida would criticize you for your presentism.
Yes, of course.
And so how would you defend your completely anachronistic understanding of meaning in a world where everything has been digitized and everything is just difference, if I may?
It's very nice question. You are absolutely right. I don't think it's anachronistic. Well, I mean, I think Derrida has had his time and also his troubles, right? I mean, this position of his that became so celebrated and was internalized by so many people in the social sciences and students and so on, I think caught up with him at the end when he was actually concerned with questions of ethics, real meaning, right? I mean, he wrote a few books, much more interesting actually in his late work. So I'm not sure that it's that tight, but I can put it very simply and just put my cards on the table. My use of the word is, yes, it's deliberate. It really comes from a deliberately non-semiotic or non-semiological understanding of how meanings appear in experience for humans. In architecture particularly, the most important meanings are not sign-signified. There can be meanings that work like that means acanthus, or that stands for the basket that one day that at some point Callimachus drew because he came by and there was this tomb of a Corinthian maiden and he was so moved that he stopped and he drew that and that became the Corinthian. So, you could, that's semiotic, right? This means that. But in architecture, the most fundamental meanings are not semiotic. Yes? It's when the sign-signified condition collapses. And so, how Husserl puts it in a very simple way, he says, there is no, if I look at this object, the object it's a glass, that's its meaning. It's a glass that belongs to a category, but at the same time it's completely specific. And the argument, that really goes to defeat this dichotomy in philosophy between nominalism and realism. Yes, so the argument that he makes, Husserl, is that the meaning is given, and it's a paradox. the meaningfulness of the world is a paradox, because at the same time we have to acknowledge that like Foucault says, the Chinese have different categories than we do, right? You remember the famous order of things. But on the other hand, the world is given, so there's nothing meaningless. But when I speak about meaning, I'm drawing from this tradition. So, I may not be completely rigorous, and I would have to check myself, but anyhow, it's a very good question. But yes, that's my position, and I know that it can be debated. It's because it's ultimately, I don't know. It probably presupposes a belief in the primacy of perception, right? Yeah. So I cannot deny that. I'm a phenomenologist until I die.
Are there other questions? Thank you. It's yours.
So I get to read mine.
So you can interrupt to ask question if you want.
Yeah, actually, I'll ask question, and each question independently, you can answer, and then maybe a discussion.
Sure, absolutely. We
and
can
then
do whatever
I'll
you want.
go with the other one. So as I said, I truly liked your paper, and I more than that, I agree with most of it. So it's difficult to ask questions then. But so the questions I did ask were those that where I think you can elaborate on some of the things you said.
Thank you
I
very
just
much.
wanna
Yes.
hear you more on some of those things. So the first one is, I'll just read them. On the enactive view you propose for architecture theory, the built environment is not an out there, but an actual part of cognition or cognitive processes broadly construed. Like you, I include affect and emotion into cognition. Designing an environment or a building is not to design something for humans to interact with, but it is designing part of human cognition itself. How should designers, it comes back to the first question that was asked, how should designers of environment that accept this idea adapt their practice to reflect that fact?
Yes. Yes, this is of course this is the big question for all of us. I don't have a ready-made answer. I think that if you ask some of the distinguished colleagues that have produced like some of the buildings that we all admire, we share this position and we admire similar buildings. Like someone like Peter Sumter, they would tell you that what is very important is to engage with real materiality. That this is crucial for them. Not only Peter Sumter, you could say Herzog and de Meuron. There are some, we could mention a few architects and there's some younger people like some Mexican women architects that are very celebrated these days. That are doing these things that work actually with material, that really understand that the imagination is becomes a power of communication to others when it goes really through the material. There is a recent book, for those of you that are interested in this, called Material and Mind by a colleague from RISD, Christopher Barth, that I read, I loved it, I endorsed it, and we became friends. He wrote this book. He really takes a careful look at this question of how architects in the modernist tradition have worked with material and how this has produced remarkable work. A good example that maybe some of you know is the Sydney Opera House. The Sydney Opera House, if it were designed today, it would be something completely different because of the digital means of fabrication. Utzon had to have really a battle to build this thing, right? And so the result is really the result of this friction that really makes this building into something powerful. So that's one. That would be one answer. Mm-hmm. The other answer that I gave here is this question of narrative.
Yeah.
Using to be able to because language, and this is something that it could be another lecture as well. But language has the capacity to communicate the quality of the work, of the world, in ways that are unequaled by any other medium. You know, if you use 3 or 4 good metaphors to describe the street in winter, it's far more powerful emotionally than if you take a picture or make a movie. You can make a very good movie, you can take some beautiful photographs. Yes, but I'm just saying the capacity of poetic language, as opposed, for example, of prose description, right? To convey the quality of something, to convey the quality of a city. If you're designing in a city, you can take this literature as context. Is another answer to Nathalie as well, right? You learn so much about the city through good writing, because the writer really reveals the emotional quality of the place in a way that a map cannot do. So there are a number of strategies that I think we really have to consider seriously. We don't, because this world is driven by production and instrumentality. So it's a very difficult question. I mean, I have some answers, but who's going to listen?
You see, this is not one of the questions, just to follow up on what you said. You talked about metaphor, and using a few good metaphors could do a lot of things for designers. And would you agree in the inactive embodied movement, Lakoff and Johnson have a theory of metaphor built on sensory motor?
I like it. That's very nice.
You think that could?
I think that's very nice.
Because my second question, maybe it's not so. It's not. It was about language, if you recall, and maybe that would be an answer you could give. I'll just read the question, but as you rightly say on page 6, the human life world is linguistic and symbolic. The built environment is not only something we apprehend with pre-reflective consciousness, but something that is the content of full-blown reflective and conceptual consciousness. However, the linguistic and the symbolic are difficult to integrate in the embodied approach you proposed, in order not to reproduce a new dualism between an active sensory motor and conceptual symbolic consciousnesses into architecture theory. How can we bridge the gap between the two? Maybe metaphor would be one.
Metaphor would be one. But you are right. It's easy to say that. It's still an open question. I mean, we were actually talking about that a little bit in the morning, between phenomenology and language, right? This question of language that is really discussed, opened by philosophers like Gadamer, Ricoeur, Heidegger as well. Wrote a book on hermeneutics. But this idea of how this philosophical position can engage language. But yes, there is a recent book edited by Richard Kearney called Carnal Hermeneutics. Carnal Hermeneutics, a collection of essays. But the question is still a question for many philosophers, and I'm not claiming that But yes, I think this is
that's the criticism most philosophers would do of Lakoff and Johnson. It's just a suggestion, and
that's
we still have to flesh out the story.
I think it's very good. Yes,
both neuroscientifically and cognitively.
Cognitively,
I wonder if I could just...
That's the point.
Yes.
You mentioned Richard Kearney and that book, The Wake of Imagination. And this is a book that I think is a very important one. And it was the idea that historically, imagination was one of the inner senses. So it was still a sensory faculty. It wasn't a cognitive faculty. The grounds of this are laid by Aristotle. And among those inner faculties was the common sense.
Yes.
Now, the common sense, I'm hearing echoes of it in enactivism, because the common sense was not a sixth sense, but it was the sense, without an organ, that sort of brought together the deliverances of the other senses and also gave the sense of sensing. Now, here I'm relying on the book The Inner Touch by Daniel Heller-Rosen, a wonderful reconstruction of the idea of touch and of imagination. But I think that what's happened to imagination when we look at what Kearney was saying was that initially it's very much tied to the world. Okay, it's not against the world.
Yeah.
It is an imagistic faculty, which is one of the inner senses, so it's still sensuous.
Yeah.
Whereas we have the idea, and Kearney brings this out, of imagination as, and this is
Productive.
Sartre, as opposed to reality.
That's
Okay,
right.
Sartre tells us you can imagine anything, you can, and don't think you're beholden to anyone. And that idea of imagination as the negation of reality is directly opposed to the sensuous understanding of design, that you are
Yes,
talking about.
you're absolutely right.
You're not imagining a building the way we think of imagining now.
That's right.
What you're talking about is imagining a building, sensing a building, a full-bodied approach to architecture.
It's very well put. I have always admired the La Tourette by Le Corbusier. I have written a little essay. It's part of this collection that was mentioned by Nathalie, because I think in this building, particularly in this building, Le Corbusier, who was very, of course, a modernist and blow everything up and build it from scratch. In that building, he really understood the importance of tradition in order to be able to subvert it. So in La Tourette, if you don't know it, you really should spend a couple of days there. We can spend the night there. It's fantastic. He takes the footprint of a Dominican convent that seems very familiar, but when you are there, it's like every instance that you would expect to find in a Dominican convent, it's completely turned upside down, right? And it's beautiful. The Dominican brothers that we met there says, this is the most hostile of all Dominican convents in Europe, but its hostility sings, right? It's really the most spiritual place. So it's a very fascinating, question. This question of how the imagination works in relation to tradition. Yes, I would like to call that hermeneutic imagination, right? That really takes history seriously, precisely in order not to repeat it. Yes, it's not a history to repeat history like postmodernism in architecture, which was very horrible, as you know, but rather it's a history to be able to open up possibilities. But so that something is recognizable, right? And that makes it fundamentally meaningful, yes, rather than simply novel. Yeah, which is a lot of what happens with architecture today.
Questions? My third question, I have four. It comes back to a point Andrea made this morning in her talk. Following Husserl's emphasis on movement in the body, you rightly focus on kinesis as a constitutive condition, and I'm quoting here, constitutive condition of ordinary perception, page 7. Many would, however, claim today that interoception is an even more important constitutive condition of ordinary perception, though probably not anterior to kinesis, I would think,
yeah.
but equally important and equally temporally, I think they occur both together. On such views put forth, e.g. by Anil Seth and Lisa Barrett, cognition begins with allostasis, the anticipation
Yes.
of regulation of vital body parameters, which manifests itself consciously or reflectively in effect.
Yes,
Affect.
yes. Yes, it's what I was trying to explain through Husserl, right?
Yeah.
This protension idea.
Yeah, but the time.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. That would be my answer to. I don't know enough about cognitive science to answer your question technically, and I'm very grateful to you for that, because if I ever have the chance to keep working on this, I will follow up on that. But I think that I try to address that question through how Ivan Thompson connects a protension to this affect condition, which is really part of the present, of the experience of the present moment. You remember?
Yeah, I see.
I'm not sure if it's exactly what.
It could work. Those people that suggest these ideas, they have what are called predictive theories of cognition, and those theories easily, easily, nothing is easy really when you're at that level. But you can see how you could explain both pretension and retention. And if you include in this effect, then effect would be tied to temporality. Maybe the way you suggest, suggested.
Because that's crucial, you know. This is part of the rest of my work. I've always been obsessed and convinced that the issue of architectural meaning is tied in with desire, really dealing with this question of desire, negotiating it. Yeah. Like there is this famous Renaissance book, Ethnotmachia Polyphili, which is really all about, it's a love, it's a kind of erotic story about how architecture manifests meanings. So I think this question is very important for me. Yeah. But I am really grateful. I look into these terms and these people because I don't know them.
I think it's I think it's equally important as kinesis. So, but unfortunately, also I think maybe in his newer writing, but I think he didn't put enough emphasis on that aspect of interior perception. Kinesis, he was spot on, but that I think he forgot. Yes. And then the last point I remember is on affordances.
On affordances. Well, that we answered. That we answered actually.
I think affordance got a bad rep this morning. So
you should say the other side.
Yeah, I think we should try to give them a second hearing. So I'll read the question and maybe start a whole new discussion about affordances. Affordances are the important absent in your paper. And now I understand maybe why.
I cannot deliberate, because I never liked too much the extended mind theory.
Many recent papers, those that I showed, for instance, by Ramstead, Constant, Brunberg, and Rietveld, which Andrea talked about, Kiverstein et al., put affordance at the heart of the inactive approach. Yeah. As you said, and as it was said this morning by Andrea, it's, if you look from far enough, there's the inactive approach. But if you zoom in, there's a lot of differences between. So the whole field is not does not speak with a single voice on an action. On such a view, so the view that put affordances at the heart of the inactive approach, the built environment can be understood as a field of affordance. As Andrea said, and environment design can be understood as a niche construction. Architectural atmospheres would be constituted in part by affordances, or our pre-reflective grasp of affordances, along with effect or valence. Would you agree? I think I know maybe what you say. Would you agree? And if so, how would you integrate affordances into your account?
Yes.
Well, I think you asked.
I think I try to do that with the concept of habit, but I understand. I know the issue.
I think we're not that far apart, or those that hold an affordance view. If you understand habit. Habit, as you said, are pre-reflective. You talked about habit when you spoke of Aristotle's first level of knowledge, the workman's knowledge. Yes. And this kind of knowledge is pre-reflective. It is pre-reflective, and we could understand habit as. I think, Gibson is always remembered for affordances, but he believes that our affordances are a dual concept with skills. To have an affordance, you need a skill to see something as affording, displacement. You have to be able to move. If not, you just cannot afford this. A fly can walk on the ceiling, so she can afford this. She can the ceiling for the fly for it can become the affordance of standing. I cannot walk on the ceiling, and I cannot see the ceiling as affording me that option. So affordance always comes together with skill, and if you put the two together. Skill and something you can do, and something you can perceive as the environment as offering a possibility to do, an affordance. I think you pretty much got a lower level explanation of what an habit is. That is, you perceive something and then you do the action, and that would explain how we go through life with habits without going through reflectively, walking about and doing all kinds of stuff.
Yes, yes.
Out of habit, because we perceive affordances and we act accordingly, and then we perceive that there are affordances and we go, so maybe the two concepts are not that far apart.
Yeah, it's just that I don't think that skills are necessarily identical to habits. That would be my only. I think habit has this. Well, the expectation from Merleau-Ponty, and then by, I don't know if you know, it's another field, of course, but it's a sociologist. His name is Nick Crossley, that wrote a book really based on Merleau-Ponty, on this called The Social Body, and he really takes this concept of the habit very seriously. And of course, habits are skills. But it's much more complicated, right? It's not by, the problem is sometimes, to me, it sounds like one is trying to reduce human behavior too close to something determinable or close to animal behavior. It's like somehow the habit, in my understanding, tries to be more encompassing, really deal with social, cultural values.
But the cultural affordances framework tries to.
I'm sure people have tried to do that.
Yeah.
Cultural affordances, yes.
Yeah.
So that's probably very close to habits. I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem. I just have an answer to why it's not there in my paper.
That was my question. So you answered it. Yeah.
And I think this is a really foundational question. And I mean, I should confess that Tim Ingold, probably one of the most prominent anthropologists, used J.J. Gibson's ecological psychology as a club to batter me into submission in a debate that happened back in 2011. So I'm traumatized by the idea of affordance, and I resist it every chance I get. And it's a totally irrational response, and I'll grant you that.
I don't have that. I have other reasons.
Right. But I think that one of the things was that idea. This is where I hadn't heard habit as an alternative way of expressing the idea of affordance until today. And I think it's a wonderful idea because a habit is an action, so it goes along with inactivism, and a habitus is an environment.
Yes,
and so, there's something really interesting there. And I know what you're saying about the skill and affordance. It takes skill to perceive an affordance. And Ingold, indeed, has talked a great deal about, perception as skill, which is not quite the same idea as perception as action. But I hear the word skill, and first of all, sk. I don't think there's more ugly consonant in the English language than sk. And then ill. It leaves me feeling nauseous. And the reason for that is, again, that Ingold has has capitalized on this idea of skill, okay? And everything has to do with skilled behavior. My preferred word up until today, now it's going to be habit, is way, okay? The way. And I think that way includes skill, but skill is not techne as Aristotle understood it. Skill is I don't know, neoliberal. It's functional. It's efficient. Yeah. And to me, Ingold is obsessed with productivity as well. We go about being productive. And to me, way, the way of tea, ways, there's a bit more fluidity in there. But again, that's because of my own personal trauma. And I think that, probably I have a lot to learn about cultural affordances, because this is another new concept for me. And as I was saying, one of my colleagues at Concordia, Arsali Dakumachi, she's in critical disability studies, and she talks about micro-activist affordances. And it's the way in which the disabled people are not, the environment is not designed for them. Yeah. So they've got to make adjustments constantly. And she thinks that she has to turn Gibson in a very different direction to be able to do that. And it's a new theory of affordances that she's put forward. And when you think about it, yes, we do adjustments. Like there are, sort of you don't have curbs anymore. You have, ways in which, and that's part of it. We've designed up to that point, but there's so much else, and just like thinking of left-handed people trying to use ordinary scissors, there's a disconnect there. And so from disability studies, there's a critical perspective on the idea of affordance, and it's this idea of, the agency of the disabled person in adjusting and coping with an environment that is not built for them. And I wonder, if one of the reasons that affordance, the idea, might be so attractive to designers is because it gives them control. Okay? It's not really thinking about the agent, or that we've talked about so forcefully today, but it's just, I'm going to create an affordance, and you're bloody well going to sit in it, okay? You're going to sit in this chair. You're not going to perch on it. You're not going to lie on the floor. But there's that constraining atmosphere that design is the politics of design. Yeah.
But constraints are useful in life. If we had to go about and, when we came in, we all had the option of, lying on the floor if we wanted to. But constraints allows us, I think, to go through life unreflectively for the things that don't merit too much thinking. Just like I go in a room and I sit down and I have these things that afford sitting, and then I sit in them. I could do all sorts of things with them. And the picture that Andrea showed, the circle, someone did something different with that thing, something that was not probably the intended affordance of that thing. Maybe probably it was a window, or maybe it was a workabout. That's another question. But if it was a window, a round window, and the person just went into there, that person, I think that's the basis of art when you reflectively, now we're not, I think affordance and all that stuff is pre-reflective, but if you recognize the affordance and then you decide to do something else, then reflectively, then you're starting to create, but that's good. But that's good also. It's also good to to go through life sometimes. Like you said, you could drive anybody's car and not think about it. That's useful also. So yeah. So that's my defense of affordances. It's a weak defense.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I think perhaps I like the habit, because I think it's architects have this. I think we're caught in between. Of course, this is a question of innovation, like opening up possibilities for life, but also being really responsible for what matters and is sedimented in a way of life, right? Because sometimes architects are completely oblivious to that. Like, you make a building that does that and that has a floor like that, and for no reason at all, right? I mean, and I can understand it as an artistic kind of intentionality, but I think it's very dangerous to celebrate it on its own as an architectural intentionality, because I think this is what we've been doing, unfortunately, quite badly for quite a long time. So that's also my resistance with this. Like, I understand, the two images. To me, this bench is like a work of art. I'm not sure that I would sit there. It suggests something, but you see what I mean? Like the whole, well, it's really a performance. Yeah. So I understand that, but it's very interesting, because I think it has to do with this question of the new and the familiar.
And breaking.
It's been fascinating. Thank you very, very much for your questions. I'm really very grateful.
So much of my incomplete knowledge has been, brought to my attention now, and I really appreciate, the many avenues that you've opened up. And one of the things that I am also puzzled by is this idea of the pre-reflective and self. Okay, like there's a pre-reflective self something or other. What's the rest of that phrase? What was? Self-awareness. Yeah. Okay. So self-awareness suggests to me reflection. Okay, or interruption. So pre-reflective self-awareness. Is that a contradiction in terms, or how does it come about? Now, it's, the idea is that the self, excuse me, is tagged in perception. Okay, and this is an idea that actually goes back to Aristotle. You have a sense of yourself sensing, and so the self-awareness that you're talking about here is that you're aware that you're seeing, you're aware that you're touching, and that's part of the perception. And this is the mystery, because if the senses are separate, are 5 separate things, and how is that possible? Well, Aristotle solves it by having this idea of the common sense. Now, unfortunately, we lose the idea of the common sense, basically with Locke. Locke has no understanding of common sense as the interaction of the senses. It's just common sense. Okay, and we have this very impoverished idea of common sense now, which is not sensuous, but it's just good judgment. And that's really a shame, because we lose that interaction of the senses. So, pre-reflective self-awareness, how can, if it's, you're conscious of the self, how is that pre-reflective? I mean, I see what you're saying. It's because of that way in which some self-consciousness, but not in a conscious way, is an inherent part of everything.
The other wonderful unpacking of this that Heller Rosen does is this question of why does Aristotle say that this common sense is like a touch? Yes, and that is very interesting, and I cannot paraphrase it here because I don't remember quite. But I think this goes to the crux of the question you are asking. In any case, it's non-representational, right? It's the self. It's each one of us as we live our lives. By virtue of being alive, you have this self-awareness, but it's not a representational self-awareness. I guess that's the short. But the business of the connection with tactility, because of the particular, and you may know much more than I do, but a particular characteristics of touch that differentiates it from all the other external senses is something that Aristotle really elaborates upon, that tries to characterize this condition of sentience, right? I mean, there's the other way to, like, sentience, like what we share with animals. Like the horse is not aware like we are, but it's sentient. And I think that's what Aristotle is actually pointing at. And that's why there is so much respect for the animal, because we share so much with the animal. In fact, in Greek, I love this. In Greek, the word for horse is alogo. You know that? It's like me, but doesn't speak. Alogo is the horse, because the horse is so intelligent, but doesn't speak. I love that.
Yeah, and in line with that, there's the word sentience, and I think that Aristotle gives us an understanding of sentience. And then we now have this word intelligence. Okay, an artificial intelligence. And to me, and I think this is partly what you were hinting at in the swipes that you took at computer-assisted design and other mean dismissals of whole areas where people are very vested, which I think are absolutely correct. And your criticisms of them, but sentience and intelligence, as in artificial intelligence, these are very different.
Very different.
And when you said Descartes, was really the architect of artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
It's precisely because he loses that old sense of imagining, okay, which is rooted in the body, and he, treats sensing as a kind of thinking, and so he's abstracted sensing up to that level, and that's where the algorithms work, and that's where your insistence on natural language, not an algorithmic language, but a natural language.
The other very clear shift that coincides with Descartes is, of course, the transformation of the word aesthetic from aesthesis in the Greek sense, which is a affective, cross-modal cognition. It's so that what you know is what you feel. It's aesthesis. To the way that Baumgarten, well, starting with Leibniz, right, kind of very cleverly, but reduces this question when he says, well, when you are moved by music, what you're actually doing is counting very fast. You remember this passage? So that actually the experience, the emotional experience is a thinking, is a reflection. The moment you do that, you screw up the problem of aesthetics, and we are into the modern world, and we misunderstand the nature of aesthetics and the work of art. But it's really the same problem, right? From sentience to intelligence, So aesthetic experience becomes actually aesthetic judgment. I mean, even Kant, with all his cleverness, is caught in that, I think.
Can I just say that one of the things that I so admire about your work is precisely how you show us that we're still using these words, but we don't understand what they mean.
Well, this is one of the
you
problems.
Go back,
History is very important that way.
It is, and I think of your work as similar to that in that respect of Alistair MacIntyre. In a book like After Virtue, says that there were all these discourses on virtue in the ancient world, and then something happens in the 18th century, and we still talk about virtue and we still talk about ethics, but we don't know what we're talking about.
That's right.
Because we've lost the notion of role. And the idea of role would be given, a captain goes down with his ship. That's it. That is a role, that is your duty. And we think we're free. And we would have to actually, in some Kantian way, take on that duty and will it, instead of just that is your duty. And so it's these ruptures in language and history that you're describing now in relation to Descartes. So much turns on that, that Alistair MacIntyre in the field of ethics has described, that these are vital lessons. But that's what also made me so intrigued to hear in Andrea's talk this morning all these echoes of Aristotle, okay? Because having read Heller Rosen, having spent a long time reading that book, The Inner Touch, which is such a beautiful book, it seemed to me that there is a lot that is ancient that is being sort of found out anew by the cognitive science experiments, and above all that idea of the sense of sensing, which is now well attested. But we've rediscovered that. And can we go back to Aristotle and bring forward that knowledge with the new knowledge that comes out of cognitive neuroscience? I mean, it's a very interesting process that way. But again, opened universes, and how are we supposed to process this workshop as we become exposed to these literatures? Thank you so much on my behalf.
Okay.
Are we ending the
Are we
discussion?
tired?
I'm sorry.
It's not late, but I'm tired.
Oh, it's 3:30. I mean, we can end up the discussion if nobody has other question. Nobody has question from the webcast, so thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone. That was a good interdisciplinary effort. I'm really happy about this, and that thank you again to have accepted our invitation, Andrea and Alberto and Pierre, to have concocted. Can I say that in English? Concocted, okay. Good questions. So maybe we can conclude just to maybe. If we, I mean, the interest of doing that workshop also was to raise some question or a line of approach to develop something. Comment on dit au sein de? Within Institute of Cognitive Science at UQAM. So I think that from my point of view, I think there's a lot to do, and it would be so fruitful if, we could, much more organize things like that, or just workshop. So
The next one is supposed to be a
to
class.
work idea. What?
The next one is supposed to be a class.
Yes, or maybe we can just do workshop every year. That would be interesting, I think. So maybe organize one in French next time. I hope this one will be translated in French. Are we ending this there? Okay. Oh, go. You have a mic?
Continuation of the discussion.
You have the mic.
Because I think that summer schools, are really key, and we are having a conference coming up the 1st to the 3rd of May. It's called Uncommon Senses 3, The Future of the Senses. But one of the people that we're bringing in is somebody in design. It's Ellen Lupton, who's one of the main curators at the Cooper Hewitt Smithsonian Design Museum. And design will be one of our focuses there. The difference is that it will start with the senses rather than cognition, in that Lupton did an exhibition last year at the Cooper Hewitt called The Senses, Design Beyond Vision. Okay, and I think there's lots of resonances. I would love to have a cognitive science stream at the conference, just because I think it would be such a productive discussion. Yeah. So, the call for papers is still open. It's open until until December 15th, and we could always accommodate more. But I think there's a really interesting discussion because of all the sensoriality to the approach to cognitive science that I was hearing today, to open that discussion between the idea of the sensorium, which is what we've been sort of developing, and the idea of cognition, and what the articulation between those might be. As we've seen, there's a huge historical dimension, and there are really interesting practical dimensions and radical implications for design. So I think that this is a really productive area. And anyway, Center for Sensory Studies website, we have our call for papers there.
Thank you. Yeah. We will put the link on our page. So I really think it's important that there's much more. It's much more a closer exchange between department, because since I'm at the university, I have a different path, but it was hard to try to follow the path that I wanted to do, just because in department are so rigid and there's not much interdisciplinary exchange, but it's so bad because that's the way we are constructing things. Like it's become more dynamic and more constructive like that. So that's why also I wanted to have a webcast today. I hope that the person who has followed it has enjoyed it. Thank you. And this will be archived on the Institute of Cognitive Science website. So on the page will stay there. So if you want also to ask questions or interact on that page or the YouTube account, go ahead. I will try to reach. If it's a question for Hugo Spears, is really often on. You can ask him on Twitter. He's really open to exchange, so there's no problem. So thanks again to Dr. Spears also, and to all of you. So thank you. I would like to also thank Melissa Desrochers. She's here. Thank you. She's attached to Institute of Cognitive Science, and she tweets. So thank you, because I wasn't good today. Okay, thanks.